of health and nutrition challenges and contributing to the broader goals of the food industry Asia. So we are lucky to have Cyrus with us today. May I request Cyrus to please deliver your address on the science-based labeling of sweeteners, global and India perspective. Please. नहीं लैपटॉप तो यही कनेक्टेड है पहले इससे करनी है नहीं इसी से करना दिस इज या इसी से करना नहीं ये हाँ साइरस मैं जाके स्विच करता हूँ स्विच होंगे
Good morning, everyone. Please just give me like 2 minutes. Just wait for the slides, okay? Okay. Firstly, I would like to thank Vicky for having me today to discuss the topic of adopting a science-based approach towards the labeling of sweeteners. So first thing first, I would like to introduce you what are we going to cover in today's session. So I would be introducing FIA first, and then I would go into the stakeholder perception of sweetness in terms of regulators, consumers, and industry. And also I would be diving in the labeling of sweetness, and we have some FIA recommendations at the end. So let me take a moment to introduce FIA, Food Industry Asia, an organization that I'm proudly to represent. Founded in 2010, FIA has grown to include nearly 50 companies spanning the entire food supply chain. So I know actually Professor Ganguly mentioned FIA yesterday. Just to let you know, it was not the FIA that we are talking about today, right? So he was mentioning food intake assessment and not Food Industry Asia. So we are still the same via FIA, but different concepts. Okay, so the vision of FIA is to build a vibrant food F&B industry for a healthy and prosperous Asia, and our mission is to represent the F&B industry in Asia to promote a climate to sustainable growth and serving a regional knowledge hub for science-based advocacy. So okay, our strength lies not just in our numbers, but also the partnership that we have over the world, including with the one with Vicky. So we are in a love relationship that we actually work hand in hand to actually advocate what we think really matters in globally and also especially in Asia. So we have collaborations with other organizations throughout the world as well, so to foster meaningful dialogue and drive impactful actions in the realm of food policy and safety. So we are now delving in the perception of sweetness by various stakeholders. So in recent years, the food industry actually has pressure to address the rising challenges of obesity and NCDs, which is non-communicable diseases. So reformulation has emerged as the most effective way to combat the growing prevalence of obesity and also related NCDs. So the series of study that we have done from 2018 to 2021, we found out that 96% of F&B industry actually like initiate or they are planning to have reformulation efforts across Asia. So we can notice that Asian consumers are also like undergoing a noteworthy shift toward healthier dietary habits. This shift is characterized by reduction of consumption of fats, salts, sugar, and also they would like to have more fiber, vitamins, and minerals in their daily intake. So likewise, what we actually found out in these few years, we actually find that the consumer habits fit in the needs, the trends that we are talking about, because this study reveals that consumers are so they actually concentrate in product reformulation, and they really care about that, and they are open to the idea of reducing fat, sugar, and salt when actually like fortifying products with essential nutrients like vitamins and minerals and also dietary fiber is the music to their ears. So they also like identified that industry leaders have heard this call and actively reformulating by replacing sugar with LNCS. So to provide healthier options to maintain a familiar taste that the consumers love. So we can see that 72% they are happy to have like LNCS in the product formulation, and also 72% is the same that they are happy we include the alternatives for sodium and salt products. And also 76% they're actually happy that the products are fortified with vitamins and minerals. And most people are happy about that the trans fats are removed altogether in the products. And I think like we talked about this yesterday a lot. This is the WHO recommendation, which is a guideline on the use of non-sugar sweeteners, NSS. And then WHO suggests that NSS not to be used as a means to achieve weight control or reducing the risk of NCDs. So this recommendation is conditional due to a lack of certainty about the overall balance of desirable and undesirable effects associated with the long-term NSS use for reducing NCD risks, and the possibility that the reverse causation may have contributed to one or more of the associations observed. And then this recommendation applies to everyone, basically including children, adults, and also pregnant and lactating women. So except for individuals with pre-existing diabetes, the recommendation is relevant to all synthetic and naturally occurring or modified non-nutritive sweeteners that are not classified as sugar. So it's not applicable for polyols. And in May this year, they also published guidelines on the use of non-sugar sweeteners, emphasizing that LNCS are not a weight management tool. Subsequently, the evaluation by JACFA and IRAC on aspartame actually like have caused confusion among the consumers. So IRAC has categorized aspartame in group 2B, which is indicating this that it is possible carcinogenic to humans. However, we must mention that it's worth to note that pickled vegetables and aloe vera extract are also in the same category. So let's take a closer look at how key opinion leaders, KOLs, think that sweetness in different countries. So in general, we can see the view in India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. So in general, sweeteners are often preferred over sugar because of the global sugar reduction pledge. And there's a prevailing belief that natural sweetness may be better than the artificial ones. So, however, accessibility and also prices must be considered when we incorporating them into the products. So in countries like India, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Singapore, there's a positive impression of using sweetness as a sugar replacement. But on the other hand, in Vietnam, there's a relatively little knowledge about sweetness, so they're focusing on calories instead of sweetness at the moment. So there's a belief that the consumers think that natural is always better than artificial, and the majority of stakeholders prefer to see the industry promoting natural sweetness as a whole. And also, nevertheless, both artificial and natural sweetness are seen as less affordable and less accessible than sugar itself. And next, we switch gear to see the recent announcement of organizations like JACFA and IRA regarding aspartame. So it actually sparked mixed reviews initially. However, as time has passed, many regulators have shifted from a neutral stance to releasing official statements affirming the safety of aspartame. These have to address the unnecessary alarm within the consumer base. It's important to note that JACFA's comprehensive conclusion that aspartame is safe is based on a wealth of scientific evidence spanning over 40 years. So this conclusion is further supported by positive determinations by food safety authorities in over 90 countries. So it's actually the issues legend shows that this is all positive towards the end of the announcement. And to gain a better understanding of consumers' perception towards sweetness, we, FIA, also conducted a consumer study this year in 6 countries, including India. So 70% of the respondents expressed the concerns about the amount of sugar in products, along the presence of additives, preservatives, and cholesterol when purchasing food and drinks. And then more than 50% of them, they believe that sugar is more harmful than LNCS. And almost 60% of the respondents saw that LNCS is playing a positive role in reformulation. So LNCS is something that they look forward to have in the formula that is replacing sugar in the formulation. When dealing with labeling, we also actually did a study, and we actually found out that 50% of the respondents, they actually have they believe in how they call that? What they call that? Believe in labeling. While 50% of them, they don't really believe in labeling, especially on the warning statements. And then they demonstrate the highest trust in the authorities and also the global and local food safety authorities when it comes to the evaluation of sweetness. So in contrast, they do not trust media the most. So media is regarded as the least reliable sources of information on this matter. And with that, we dive into the discussion of labeling of sweetness today. So may I know like how many of you actually read the labels of the food products before you eat or before you purchase? Wow, like almost 100%. I cannot see like, okay, there's one of you, maybe you don't read. Okay, I must admit myself, like in my early 20s, I didn't really care about that at all. Totally, I don't read because, you know, it's like just like in your early 20s, you do whatever you want. But when did I start? When did I start to actually read labels? So I'm actually becoming like 37 the next year. So I can feel that what happened to my body. Okay, my tummy is getting bigger. My eyes cannot read very well. I mean, like there are a lot of warning statements on the label, right? So I have to be like, here, oh, I can't see. And here, I can't see. I have to find the right balance of the angle and the light in order to read the label. But it's when I really care about the labels, right? And then it's actually crucial that because why do I read the labels now? Because I believe in science. And then if the science is delivered in the label, it's actually very good too for us to monitor our health. Especially I want to keep myself in shape. The calories reading and the sugar, I think is very important for us. And why I would like to share this, the moral of the story is our body does not lie, and calories do not lie, and science does not lie as well as our body. Yeah. So when we actually provide the consumers with the essential information about the food product, allowing them to make informed food choices. So food labeling is a powerful tool that empowers consumers by providing them the crucial information. So it offers insights into nutritional content, ingredients, and allergen information, enabling consumers to make informed choices about the products they buy. This tool is just not convenient, but it's also necessary. It's firmly rooted in scientific principles. So when you see the label, you can make healthier food choices based on the dietary needs. And also it's vital for individuals with food allergies or sensitivities to avoid potentially life-threatening reactions. And last but not least is to know what they are consuming and make choices based on the ingredients they prefer to need or they need to avoid. Oh, yeah. Oh, so sorry. So sorry for that. So this is let me reinstate what I just said. So this is the nutritional content that we are looking at when we make the choices. And also this is actually very important for us to avoid the food allergies and sensitivities if we actually like our body is more prone to sensitivity. And also we want to know like what we are consuming and make choices based on the ingredients that we need to avoid. So there are also types of sweetness labeling and decoration in this sense. So we can see like there are three main types, which is decoration within the list of ingredients, advisory statement for phenylalanine, and also the summary statement for sweetness. So according to Codex, this disclosure of sweetness used in the food products within the list of ingredients. So using the specified name or recognize a numeric identification, such as INS, is actually enhancing transparency for consumers. Furthermore, we have acknowledged that the crucial necessity for advisory statements, especially for hypersensitive population, to safeguard their well-being. The prime example of a science-based advisory statement is for phenylalanine, as it poses a life-threatening risk for certain individuals. This statement is very important, and then this is really based on science, so we prefer to have it over the cost. And lastly, for several national legislation, they have also stipulated that the need for additional emphasis on sweetness, like either on a summary statement placed in the same field or as the list of ingredients by including them the word sweetness following the ingredients of interest. However, we must address a matter of concern in a few specific countries, including India and Sri Lanka, where additional warning statements are mandated for products containing sweetness. These warnings specifically target pregnant women, lactating women, and also children. So this is what's happening here in some countries. This warning targeting pregnant women, lactating women, and also children for certain sweeteners like aspartame and ACE. These requirements can extend to 3 sentences, according to what we have in the regulations. This can be extensive and challenging, especially when the label is so small that you cannot read. Yeah, even for me, I know like 37 is very young for us. Like among us, I'm considered very young, but still it's hard for us to read sometimes. And also, this is the requirement of a 3 mm font size, which can make the packaging appear cramped and unappealing to consumers. So it's crucial to underline that these requirements are actually lack of consistent scientific support, which is very important because it can potentially lead to confusion and unnecessary complexity in terms of food labeling. So we can compare the practice around the globe, like in the UK and in India, like how different they are. So in UK, you can just see like 1 sentence over there. And then for India, you have 3 sentences. So additionally, these labeling practices do not align with global standards. So given the latest scientific research and evaluation, it may be an opportunity to reconsider these fragmented labeling requirements. By doing so, we can empower consumers to make unbiased and well-informed food choices and ensure that food labeling remains transparent, reliable, and easy to understand for all consumers. So let's get back to the data that we highlighted. A quarter of the respondents saying that warning statements would not impact their trust, while a slightly larger proportion expressed skepticism about the reliability of the warning statement. So does this imply that consumers may be getting confused by these warning statements and prefer a simple and a more straightforward indication? So we comprehend that we should check the thought process when this regulation started. I mean, like, okay, for 50 years ago, we do not know the thought process. I mean, like, the regulators may have put it for a reason. So, but now it's a chance for us to review. I mean, somehow we know that it's important to check, but just that, shall we start to reduce the sentences little by little? Like maybe from 3 sentences to 2 sentences, or maybe we can move forward to like aligning with the UK in the future. So this is something that we need to think about. And then this is all based on science. And also we need to align if it's applicable to the local population. This is very important for us moving forward. So we actually go back to the FIA recommendations on this. So there are a lot of people who, like 50% of them, they do not really trust about the warning statements. So we may get confused, especially in terms of consumers. They may be confused by the warning statements, and prefer simple and more straightforward indication. So what we actually have for them on the table is that LNCS have been subjected to some of the most extensive research globally. We know that LNCS actually are deemed safe for consumption within the conditions and limits of the ADI. So these approved LNDS undergo rigorous testing and safety assessment conducted by numerous highly regarded international health and regulatory agencies. Furthermore, there is a substantial body of peer-reviewed scientific studies that confirm the safety of LNCS even among the sensitive populations such as pregnant women and children. So LNCS is really deemed safe with all the scientific evidence we have right now. And then this should be used as a great tool to when we move it forward for approval for use in food and beverages. So LNCS also is actually like aware by the food and beverage industry, and then they are aware of like pressing need to combat NCDs and promote overall well-being. The industry is committed to achieving global sugar reformulation goals. So LNCS is instrumental in helping individuals who are overweight, obese, or managing diabetes while regulating their dietary choices, facilitating weight management and glucose management. So this is imperative to continue supporting practices that enhance the health outcomes. So through the product innovation, reformulation programs that help the consumers transitioning to healthier food and beverage choices. So it's essential to acknowledge that misguided precautionary policies and regulatory measures may be hindering the use of LNCS, and this can impede the broader public health improvement efforts, particularly in the context of reducing excess free sugar intake. Is a very important public health objective. So we can also see that WHO is encouraging F&B manufacturers to reduce or replace added sugar as an ingredient, and the UN also call on to strengthen the reformulation of products high in sugar as well as those high in saturated fats and sodium. So we can see the leaders' declaration in ASEAN also they call on the reformulation and production of healthier choices of food and beverages. So what is the industry commitment so far? So food industry has been actively driving its reformulation commitments to reduce added sugar within the products. And also we can see changes are happening in Singapore, in Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, India, Philippines, and China. So 82% have kick-started their reformulation commitments in the past 5 years, using a variety of techniques to support their reformulation programs. 80% of the sample focus is reformulation efforts on the reduction of added sugar, while 53% of the industry adopting low zero-calorie sugar substitutes to support their reformulation efforts. So in conclusion, we support to adopt a scientific-based approach to sweetness labeling for the food industry and also for the well-being of the consumers. We must continue to work collaboratively, guided by the scientific evidence, to ensure that consumers receive accurate, transparent, and science-based information about sweetness. This empowers them to make informed choices that promote health, well-being, and a healthier future for all. So I would like to address some challenges that the industry is facing. I know one of the gentlemen actually shared with us yesterday that he can just find the right formulation to make the product tasty. And then I know that some of the industry players they succeed in doing this, but some still find it very difficult. So that's why we need really real support for the policy, like for us to move forward better, and then to promote the low calorie sweetness for all. And also we would like to also emphasize that it would be great if the labels can be used all across the world, because it's a lift and ship method is something that we look forward to, that the label is applicable in maybe at least some region if it's not possible for global. And last but not least, I think easy to read is also one of the factors that we have to consider. And there are the recommended action items here for stakeholders to promote the adoption of a science-based approach towards labeling of sweetness when we encourage collaboration efforts among the multiple stakeholders to educate the consumers, and also promote a science-backed and unified worldwide approach to sweetness. So more importantly, consumers would appreciate if the labels are science-based, because as the story that I shared, science does not lie, so does our tummy. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyrus. Yeah,
Thank you.
Maybe we'll take some questions. You can come and sit here. Any questions for Cyrus? Yeah, we have a hand raised. Please identify yourself and then ask your question. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I think very insightful talk. I'm Venkatesh, co-founder at Healthyram. We are a wellness marketplace and creating awareness, about holistic wellness. I think the point that you made, one thing is, suppose you have these products, reformulations which need to be in the products to make it a healthier option, which is fine. But then the problem I feel also is with the adoption is the awareness, right? The lack of awareness, rather. So as part of, if it's a label and it's science, I think it also needs to be included in the curriculums of students as well, right? At the school level too. I mean, that's a larger, policy kind of a, change that you need to have. Because if you can start and inculcate and inform youngsters at the right age, the benefits or the merits and of course the effects and ill effects of sugar, then, and how to read the label. Most of us don't even know how to read the label. What do they mean? Right? So even if you might replace, but unless people understand that, it's kind of doesn't really serve the purpose. So I think that's why the industry needs to work together across, this is globally, with the education departments as well. I don't find in schools anywhere, at least as to my knowledge, that, how do you actually read a label when you're going to buy something? And kids are the ones who most, because the advertising of the industry, etc., the marketing is so much, that they are the ones who are the drivers for the family, for the parents to actually buy or not buy or adopt certain, food habits, right? You give in to children's, whatever, whims and fancies at times. But if they are made to understand, I think a lot of these problems would be solved where you can, teach them how to read and how to apply that in selecting the right product.
Thank you for your comment. I totally agree that schools do not teach us everything that we need. Like even for sustainability, for how to manage money. I think all of these schools don't really teach very well. So I think it would be great if we actually can advocate that this could be part of the curriculum, that schools could be included in the textbooks, also in some activities in India. So I'm not sure if anyone is working towards this direction at the moment.
Can you also give some references globally or the ASEAN region where some awareness programs are being done to catch them young?
So for Malaysia, I think like they're trying to include in the school, but just that this is not about the label. This is another effort that they're actually advocating on the sustainability and then how to actually recycle the materials. And they are actually pushing the government to include for the educational activities in Malaysia. But so far, the efforts have been advocated, but still the what do you call that? The results that we see are still limited at the moment. So maybe we have to like work on that for a few years more.
Yeah, thank you. So even yesterday, the joint director she covered this point on the awareness, and there are programs which FSSAI also carries out. But I believe it is not so structured as Venkatesh was mentioning, that how do you make a structured program for starting with the kids, so that they are completely aware, and as they grow up, so the wider population is covered and they get into the habit of reading label and interpreting as well. No, thank you very much. We have a question from Dr. Hiram Rao. Please.
Yeah, good morning. Just wanted to add on to this. We have in FSSAI under the Eat Right movement, yellow books, which have been specially curated for actually bringing the children on board right from 4 years to 14 years. So how to read a label per se, that has been covered over there. And another milestone is that now we are also working on a curriculum after mapping the NCERT and the CBSE books of having something called as nutrition literacy in the country. So that's work in progress. We've worked on certain levels, level 1, level 2, level 3 and level 4. So very soon perhaps things will change and the younger lot would understand not just reading the labels, but much more, which is important, like HFSS foods, how to make a healthy dietary choice even if you're picking up prepackaged foods. Thank you to that.
Just a little bit addition to that, most of a few organizations started already, just like a chemical lab, physical lab, that kind of food labs for the kids in Rajasthan somewhere. I am not sure.
Please identify yourself.
Praful from Maharashtra, Park Trading Corporation.
Happy to know that. I think, just to add on to that, one could actually run very interesting. You have the master chefs of the world which people watch, and you have all the fancy dishes made out of, with the taste and everything. One could even make it interesting and engaging for the students to have a healthy chef kind of a competition, where you give them the ingredients, natural ingredients, and tell them to make healthier options out of it, rather than having fast food, etc., but convert that into a healthier option and run that across and have it going. You might have, children actually get interest into eating naturally. And of course, the reformulation, of course, are all there, and they get educated as well.
Thank you. It's a very valuable suggestion. In fact, having some kind of awareness in the MasterChef program, which is widely seen across India. Thank you. Do we have any other question? Any hand raised? Yes, Satinder, please identify yourself. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. I'm Satinder from IdeaWise. My thought process and a question, absolutely you were top on, and I'm in sync with your lecture. Thank you for sharing all your thoughts. You made very apt comment that when in life do you start to read the labels, and I think in 20s probably you don't care at all. 40s maybe you start to consider labeling reading, and 60s you are absolutely reading like this and your eyes are not sporting anymore anyway. But having said that, what is the gateway or what is the pathway open? The complex warnings, the moment there is a warning is in caps, and then probably I don't want to touch that product because there is a warning. So could we consider, anyway ingredient listing is mandatory, we have to give the ingredient listing. So can we, it's a suggestion, can we adopt a system that within the ingredient list, either we adopt a change of case, which means we can put an uppercase whenever any particular ingredient is above the threshold limit, for example sucrose or sugars, then we put in caps, or we put a circle because otherwise it becomes a multicolor, or we put a color code to the ingredient name itself, that if it is above a certain limit it is to be color coded in certain way, so that people can immediately pick up is it good for them or not. So here is a suggestion. So up to you, consider.
Thank you. I can perhaps take your question on this, perhaps a suggestion, a unique one. But the question is that who defines the threshold levels? This is still, we are far away from that, and perhaps we do not know whether that would be the ideal situation to define threshold on the product wise.
Yeah.
But yes, you have made a very valid point. Thank you. SP. Yeah, thank you. Any hands raised? Any other question you have? We have one. Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I was just wondering with the labeling, I saw in some of the packages, I noticed that on the packages myself, some of them have the QR codes, right? Are they mandatory? I mean, the QR code could serve many purposes. One is, of course, just take you to the website or, know more about the product, general advertising, marketing. So can the QR code, because even if you read the label, LNCS, etc., and whatever is mentioned, it'll all be Greek and Roman to most, right? To make more sense out of it, can we, is a QR code mandated or can be, which if you scan, you have the option which actually lists down in detail the ingredients along with the safety limits and what impact it might have on your body. So I might not know, but most of us, the consumers, are now pretty, mobile savvy. So if I'm going, I just scan the QR code, I'm taken to the website of the manufacturer, whoever, and that should be as now you have barcoding and so many things which are essential and mandated. If that could be done, then you have more insights about, the info. I mean, otherwise you don't know who to ask. Nobody at the store or wherever you're picking up from would know anyway.
Yeah, if I can answer that, in the FSSR and regulations, there is in addition information that you can provide in the QR code. So that's the additional information. I wouldn't say that there's the optional information, but I want to know from Cyrus, do you have any examples from ASEAN region?
For ASEAN, still this is actually like not progressing at the moment, but just that this is optional at the moment and not mandatory, but it's encouraged for the manufacturers to actually put it online as an optional, but just that still like mandatory information, ASEAN still encourage all the manufacturers to put on that, so that the consumers have the first-hand information, that they do not need any technology to assist them to read on the mandatory information.
So is there any thought being given to make it mandatory so that for sure, rather than encouraging is one, of course, but not everybody would do it, since it will benefit everyone or the consumer?
Yeah, we recognize that it's important to actually have that, but still I think like the government is not looking into that at the moment, and they are not very keen in exploring that. But still discussion is going on, but then this is not the top priorities, I would say, at the moment.
Yeah, thank you.
Anuj sir, just one point.
Yeah.
Hi, morning everyone. I'm Mamta. I work for PepsiCo. I had one suggestion with respect to the labeling that we are talking about. So we know India, we have that discriminatory specific labeling. Now we know Sri Lanka has also kind of incorporated that, most of it. Of course, it is not recommended for children under 3 years of age. And in addition, for aspartame also they have put in this line, right? So the thought which is coming is that through FIA, can we as a group attempt to have a harmonized labeling across the Asian countries? Can we put up that harmonized labeling representation so that all the countries which we know FIA is actively engaged with can have one harmonized labeling, and let all the countries feed in their thoughts and look at a harmonized and non-discriminatory labeling, because we know it's not in any other regions or any other countries across the world. While we've been doing it in different countries, but if we can have a harmonized approach across the ASEAN countries, and we attempt to do that, though it will be a little tough because different regulators are sitting in different countries, but I suggest if we can attempt to do that, it will be very useful for the entire group. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the suggestions. we definitely will take that into account when we discuss for the workflow for the next year, because we recognize that a few topics are crucial for the harmonization in the region of ASEAN, especially what we are working towards right now is on halal requirements, which could be low-hanging fruits for us, but just that for the labeling, it may take some time, as well as the health claims that we are working towards too. So I will be discussing within the FIA so that to see how we collaborate and then how to actually advocate at the level of ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyrus. There are no further questions, then we can close the session. So thank you, Cyrus. We recognize the importance and contribution of FIA in the field of health and nutrition issues in ASEAN region, and thank you once again for very informative presentation given to us. You gave us an overview of the labeling and the consumer awareness in the ASEAN region. So thank you once again for taking time and your contribution. Thank you. May I request Dr. Jasbir to please give a token of appreciation to Cyrus. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Thank you. So we take a break here for the tea, a quick one, 15 minutes. So I'm cutting down 5 minutes on the time. So thank you very much. Good morning once again. I welcome you to the next session. Dr. George Pug is already there. May I request Ms. Rinka Banerjee, please come on the stage. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So our next session is on the introduction to sweetener science, hazard versus risk. Will be taken by Dr. George Pug. Dr. George Pug has over 20 years of experience in the chemical and consumer packaged goods sector. Dr. Pug has a PhD in pharmacology and toxicology from Virginia Commonwealth University and is board certified in general toxicology by the American Board of Toxicology. So may I request Dr. George Pug, please, you may deliver your address. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for the invitation. I would first like to thank the organizers and the sponsors of this workshop for inviting me to India. This is my second time here in India, and when I received the invitation to come, I gladly accepted because I had such a great time during my first visit to India. Now, I'm coming to you all today from Atlanta, Georgia. And in Atlanta, I just finished spending the holidays with my family over Thanksgiving. So if you don't know much about Thanksgiving in the U.S., it's a time to get together with friends and family, and there's lots of foods and lots of beverages. So it's a U.S. custom. Now, in my family, usually during Thanksgiving, the conversation always goes to what's safe and what's not safe. And my family members, some of them, are seeing things that are posted online, and they're seeing all of the rumors, all of the myths that we're going to talk about today. And then they see me, the toxicologist in the family, who is consuming these foods and beverages that contain low and no calorie sweeteners. So they're confused. And so for me, I have the advantage of being able to explain to at least some of my family members the true science around the safety of the ingredients that we use. Now, many people don't have that opportunity. So there's a lot of confusion out there because my family members will come to me and I will ask, well, where did you hear that information? And they'll say TikTok, or they'll say Instagram. So that's where consumers are getting this information. So what I'm going to talk to you all today is about the hazards and the risks. But before that, what I would like to do is talk to you a little bit about some of the commitments that the industry has made. Also, I'm going to talk to you all about the role that low and no calorie sweeteners play in products. And I'm also going to cover how we as industry view the role of science, because as you heard yesterday, science is so important. It's more important now than ever before. Now, on this slide, I'm just going to talk very briefly about the commitments that we've made as industry. The Coca-Cola Company is a part of the American Beverage Association, and this association is promoting balanced lifestyles. So that's saying that we want to give consumers multiple options. So it's options that are full sugar, options that have reduced sugar, options that have no sugar at all. But we want consumers to be able to make the choice based on their taste preferences. We are also committed to having sustainable solutions. So we're looking at the ingredients that we use. We're looking at the packaging because we also have concerns about the environment. You know, my generation may not be as concerned about the environment as the generation that's behind me or the generation that's even behind them, but there's a huge focus on the environmental impact and the role that industry plays in making sure that the environment is sustainable for the generations to come. And the last thing that we're committed to is, again, having consumer choice. That's about transparency. The last section talked to you all about labeling. We want consumers to be able to see the information, the ingredients that are on the label, But that information needs to be accurate. That information needs to be science-based. So we believe that by doing that, we're giving the consumers the transparency that allows them to make informed decisions about the products that they purchase. Now, in terms of the role of low and no calorie sweeteners, on the right-hand side of this slide, this shows you all just some of the many tools. I call these tools in the toolkit. So not all of these tools are currently allowed in India, but in many markets, they all have been permitted. So I know there's a process in India that you have to go through, but I'm just showing you on this slide some of the options that are available, from aspartame to sucralose to cyclamate. Allulose is on here. I know allulose is not permitted here. Stevia by bioconversion or fermentation also not allowed, but these are just some of the options that enable consumers to be able to reduce their consumption of added sugars. And it also allows them to have a great experience. It allows them to be able to enjoy sweet tasting products without the added calories. And again, each of these are listed on the label. Now, in terms of what do we believe and how do we see the role of science? As a consumer product company, such as the Coca-Cola Company, the safety of the ingredients that we use in our packaging is our top priority. Because as a business, we can't operate if we have consumers that are not healthy. So we have to have consumers that are healthy, and we're very concerned about the health and safety of our consumers. And to support the safety, this is where science comes in. And we believe that research is a way to make sure that the science continues. But I think all of you probably have seen studies published in the literature, and you wonder, how on earth did that study get published? When you look at the experimental design that was used, when you look at the methodology that was used in that study, you see these studies come out in the public domain, but you look at how these studies were done. And so one of the things that's really a sticking point for me is making sure that when studies and when research is done, they are done with integrity and making sure that there is scientific rigor. Because if you don't have integrity, if you don't have rigor, you run the chance of having studies that are being published that are pretty much garbage. And that's unfortunately the situation that we're in today, where we see these studies being published that don't have the rigor and they're not reproducible, and that creates a lot of confusion. So we believe in making sure that when scientific research is done with integrity and rigor. And then lastly, we want to make sure that when regulatory decisions are being made, that regulatory decisions are made based on sound science. So science-based decisions, not decisions that are based on perception, not decisions that are based on, I feel like it needs to be this, but really making sure that the decision is science-based. Now, again, thinking about my family and some of the questions that my niece in particular, she's the person who gets the information from TikTok. We talk about all of the rumors that are out there, many rumors out there about low and no calorie sweeteners. But the question is, well, how do we know that these sweeteners are safe? And I think the session from yesterday pretty much covers a lot of what I'm going to talk to you all about today. But I think the point is that when it comes to low and no calorie sweeteners, we know that these sweeteners have been backed by many studies, hundreds of studies. I think Dr. Roberts mentioned yesterday that aspartame is probably the most studied food additive in the food supply, and I tend to agree with him. I'm not sure if it's aspartame or if it's caffeine. They're probably neck and neck, but aspartame certainly has been evaluated over and over and over again. Now, but it's not only the number of studies that gives us the confidence in the safety of low and no calorie sweeteners. It goes back to the other slide that I showed you, the integrity of the studies, the quality of the studies, and making sure that that information is robust. So that's really how we know that these sweeteners are safe. And we also know that the safety of the sweeteners that we use are safe based on the global regulatory authorizations. So it's not just me, George Pugh, the toxicologist, trying to convince you that these sweeteners are safe. It's really the global health authorities, the Joint Expert Committee on Food Additives. You heard yesterday from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. So it's really global authorities around the world that have endorsed the safety of the sweeteners that we use. And then lastly, we also know that they're safe based on the number of safety reevaluations. And safety reevaluations can be a good thing. So my personal opinion about safety reevaluations is that these are critical because they help reinforce the opinions that have already been given. So for example, with aspartame, on this slide to the far right, what you can see here is the number of different evaluations or reevaluations of aspartame that have happened, 1997 all the way to 2013. And my personal opinion was that in 2013, I thought we were done. But that was very naive of me to think that we were done, because in 2013, that was the most comprehensive assessment of aspartame at that time. Now, prior to 2013, there were other evaluations in 2009 and 2011, and these were evaluations when the European Food Safety Authority was asked to look at specific studies. So one of those studies that they were asked to evaluate was the potential for low and no-calorie sweeteners, in particular aspartame, to cause preterm birth. So it was a reproductive concern for women. And the European Food Safety Authority dismissed that study. There were also other studies published during that time frame about aspartame and cancer. And again, EFSA dismissed those studies. And again, it goes back to the cardinal point that I mentioned, which is about the integrity of the studies that were given to EFSA was the basis for them dismissing those studies. There were numerous flaws in how those studies were done. So that's why EFSA dismissed those studies and then in the end reaffirmed the safety of aspartame. And that's not the only sweetener that's been reevaluated, but I think that's the poster child of sweeteners today. Now, just to set the stage for you all today, I want to set the stage just to talk a little bit about, so I've talked to you about safety. I've talked to you about how the safety of sweeteners is not just my opinion. It's really coming from the authorities around the world who've affirmed the safety of low and no-calorie sweeteners. But just think a little bit about the basics. So with low and no-calorie sweeteners, a little bit goes a long way. So we're talking about food additives that are many times sweeter than sugar, greater than 30 times sweeter than sugar. So you don't need a whole lot. Now, in addition to the amount, we know that these sweeteners are poorly absorbed following oral ingestion. So sweeteners like aspartame are completely broken down. If they're not absorbed at all, some of them are absorbed to a very small degree and they don't bioaccumulate and they're quickly metabolized. So they quickly leave the body. So those two concepts together, the low amount that you're using and then the how they're handled by the body in terms of not being absorbed or absorbed to a large degree, helps contribute to the safety profile of low and no-calorie sweeteners. Now, when we think about risk assessment, I want to just spend a minute here talking about hazards versus risk. I'm going to touch on this a little bit more in the presentation, but one of the first things that we do when we start to do our toxicology studies, we're looking at the hazards. So these are tox studies that are designed to identify hazards. You're looking at very high dose levels that are used in studies. You're looking for a dose response. And this was touched on a little bit yesterday. Now, it's very important for these decisions, and I think you heard from FDA when you heard yesterday that when JECFA did their assessment of aspartame, they looked at the dietary exposure as well as the hazards from the toxicology study. So there needs to be an assessment of the exposures, There needs to be a consideration around how much are people consuming in their diets, in addition to identifying the hazards. So what the point that I'm trying to make to you is that we should not look at hazards in isolation. And that's the point that the FDA made. It needs to be looking at the hazards as well as what is the real exposure? Is the exposure high? Is it low? So it needs to be put into context. And that's how you characterize what the risk is. If you only make a decision that's based on hazards, then you will find yourself in a situation that is not really realistic. So it needs to all come together. Now, when sweeteners are first being developed, so this is before they enter the market, when the studies are being developed, one of the things that we think about is how will consumers be exposed to products? We want to know, will consumers get sick shortly after consuming the product? Or will small amounts lead to sickness over long periods of time? We need to know, does that particular food additive or low and no calorie sweetener, does it cause cancer? Does it cause other long-term health effects? Is it safe for pregnant women who are nursing? Is it safe for vulnerable populations? So these are some of the questions that we think about very early in the development of the toxicology studies. So we think about all of these questions. And to address these questions, the middle column shows you some of the tests that are done prior to all sweeteners being approved for use. So there are tests for DNA mutations, DNA damage. There are tests to look at growth and development, reproductive performance, the whole list. I'm not going to read it all off to you, but the point is that there are multiple tests, extensive tests that are being done prior to the approval of any food additive, including low and no calorie sweeteners. Now, going back to my third slide, when I talked to you all about scientific integrity and scientific rigor, these have to be high quality studies. These studies have to be conducted according to internationally accepted test guidelines. So what does that mean? That means that if I'm in the US and I run these studies, or if you're in India and you run the studies, we should all get the same answer if we're all using the same guideline for doing the study. So it shouldn't matter where you are. So that's why the test criteria are so important, going back to scientific integrity and scientific rigor. These studies also use very high dose levels. We're looking at levels that are much, much higher than what consumers would typically be exposed to. And we're also looking at studies conducted in multiple animal species. Now, from when we finish, so let me go back. So when we finish the studies in the middle column, when we dose at these really, really high dose levels, one of the things that we will be looking for is called the no observed adverse effect level, because now we need to figure out what is the safe level, what is the acceptable daily intake. And I think you all heard that term yesterday, the ADI. And there's always questions about, well, does the exposure exceed the ADI or is it below the ADI? So the ADI is a reference value, and that value is expressed in milligrams per kilogram body weight per day. And so when we calculate the ADI, we're going to do that based on those studies that were on the previous slide. We're going to look for the most sensitive endpoint, the most sensitive species. And we're going to identify the highest dose level that does not cause an effect. So it's the highest dose level without an effect. And then on top of that, we're going to divide that value by 100. So it's conservatism already by looking at a very, very high dose level that does not cause an effect. And then we're going to divide it even further by a factor typically of 100. And that's how we get the ADI. Now, who sets the ADIs? It's not me. Now, I think when industry or an applicant to an agency submits their dossier, in this case to FSSAI, or if it's going to JECFA or the European Food Safety Authority, the applicant can put into their dossier what they believe the ADI is, but sometimes there's disagreement. So these ADIs are set by the authorities at the end of the day. So they're the ones that are coming in and either agreeing with you or disagreeing with you on what the ADI value should be. Now, once you know what the ADI is, you're not done. The next question will be, well, how much are people consuming in their diets? And I think if you're starting out trying to figure that out, one of the things to be done next is to do that, you need to have basic information to understand what the daily intake is. And one of the first pieces of information that you'll need to know is, well, what is the use level? What is the proposed use level of that sweetener in products? And then you need to know what categories are intended for use. And what I did on this slide to the far left, I copied and pasted an example from the Codex GSFA for ACE-K. And this shows you on the far left the categories, the description, and the maximum use level that has been proposed. And so if you know the use level, you next need to know, well, how often are these different categories being consumed? What is the frequency? What is the frequency of a consumer consuming breakfast cereals? Or what is the frequency of a consumer consuming water-based beverages? And so once you know the level and you know the frequency of exposure, then you can start your calculations of dietary intake. Now, not all markets have the consumption data readily available. This can be done through national dietary surveys. It can be done through regional surveys. And if you don't have either of those, there are also methods that JECFA has endorsed called the budget method. It's highly, highly conservative. It's probably going to give you an overestimation of exposure. And there's also refined budget methods that can be used if you are in a market that does not have robust consumption surveys. And then once you have determined what your estimated daily intake is, you're going to then determine if you are above or below the ADI. If you've exceeded the ADI, then you need to revisit that table. You may need to make cuts in the number of categories. There was a study, I'm not sure if I have it on the next slide, I think it was in Italy, where there were sweeteners that were permitted in more than 100 categories, but they actually were only using the sweetener in 25 categories. So you may need to make cuts in the categories or make adjustments in the use levels if you find yourself in a situation where the ADI is exceeded. And I just listed here some resources that goes into a little bit more detail. These are published resources that gives you an idea around how to do dietary exposure estimates. And the latest one was published in 2021. And the beauty of this 2021 publication is that it basically says that it's meant to be a global dietary intake assessment for sweeteners, so including India. So it's really comprehensive, and so I can provide you all more about that particular study if there are any questions. Now, going back to the ADI and also reasons why the ADI is unlikely to be exceeded. I get this question quite a bit, and this is, as you can see, this is the Italian study that I was mentioning before. And one of the reasons why we know that the ADI is unlikely to be exceeded is because not all categories that have been approved to use the low and no calorie sweetener actually use them. And so that's the case in Italy, and we've seen that case many, many times. Many times an applicant will ask for multiple categories, but when you do a market survey, not all categories are actually using the sweetener. So that's one reason why we know that there is a low chance of the ADI being exceeded. And we also know that the dietary intake estimates, when you do those calculations, they typically will look at the maximum use level. So going back to this slide, if you look at the right-hand column, this is the maximum use level that was proposed. But in reality, a product developer doesn't always use the maximum use level. They're going to use something that's really going to give the best taste profile for consumers. So we know that in the second column, that the maximum permitted level is not always used. And then when it comes to sweeteners, we know that typically sweeteners are often in products not used by themselves. Many times they're used in combination. So that means that when you're using a blend, a dye blend or a tri-blend, that means that there's less of that sweetener that you need to use. And then the last thing here is that we know that dietary intake studies will assume that a person consumes all categories that that particular additive is approved for. And that also is not realistic. So if you have 100 different categories, it is not reasonable to assume that a consumer is going to consume every day all 100 of those categories. So based on these points, there's a very high degree of conservatism that is automatically built in, and that's why we have pretty good confidence that the daily intake estimates are very unlikely to exceed the ADI. And just one last point, without mentioning who the regulator is, I was attending a meeting maybe 2 years ago, and I asked the regulator, I said, well, I see a lot coming out from different authorities that are asking questions about dietary intake. And why is it that I don't see you asking about dietary intake exposures relative to the ADI? And the answer that I received, I had to think about it. I said, well, that kind of makes sense. You know, the answer that they gave me was that the more sweeteners that you have in the food supply, the less likely you are to over-index on one of those sweeteners. The less sweeteners you have in the food supply, the more likely you would find yourself in a situation of exceeding the ADI. So it doesn't mean you want to approve everything just to get multiple sweeteners in the market. It goes back to making sure that those sweeteners are safe in the first place. But the more options, the more tools you have in the toolkit, the less likely you will find yourself in a situation of exceeding the ADI. Now, going back to the point that I made about hazards and risk, I had on the previous slide the importance of not looking at hazards in isolation. Because if you do that, you're going to find yourself in a situation where you've gotten an answer that is contradictory to most authorities in the world. So again, with the risk, you're looking at the likelihood of harm happening under expected, conditions of exposure, and then hazards are based on scenarios that you haven't looked at the totality of the evidence. And the example that I have given on this slide is IARC, the International Agency for Research on Cancer. And IARC is very interesting. I'm not sure if all of you all are familiar with IARC or not. But IARC is a very interesting group in the sense that if you were to, don't do it right now, maybe do it after the talk, you can Google their classifications. So their classifications will either say a substance causes cancer, it probably causes cancer, it possibly causes cancer, or we don't know. They don't have a category for does not cause cancer. Why is that important? It's important because you know from the very beginning that if IARC is going to evaluate a substance, there is a high probability that they're going to say it causes cancer because there is no category for it does not cause cancer. So when you look at some of the historical assessments that have been done by IARC, look at some of the things that they've classified as causing cancer: red meat, cell phone use, processed meats, night shift working. So these are some of the things that have come out of IARC. And the problem, audience, is that this creates lots of confusion. Now, in the case of I'm going to get to aspartame in a minute, but what I have here is the hazards versus risk. And I thought some of these were pretty funny. So, a hazard could be driving on a road but then that's the hazard. But then driving in a blizzard, there's risks with that. Or shaving your face can be the hazard, but going up to a bear and trying to shave a bear, that's a risky proposition to do. Or using a hair blow dryer, I don't have any hair, but using a blow dryer, but using it in a bathtub, that's a risk. So when you have regulatory decisions that are based on hazards, hopefully this shows you how erroneous that information can be to consumers. And I think when I reflect back on the JECFA assessment of aspartame, I think that we in industry were very fortunate that we had both the IARC opinion and the JECFA opinion coming out at the same time. If we only had the IARC opinion coming out in July with no JECFA, can you imagine how this would have been perceived without the context? So the context is very important. So this slide is basically showing, IARC gives a lot of weight just on hazards. They're not looking at what the exposure is. You heard the FDA say that in their assessment. For the FDA, they looked at the dietary exposures, but IARC has a very, very high emphasis on the hazards. And so based on that, you know that the outcome already will likely be not good when you look at the hazards just alone. But JECFA, the European Food Safety Authority, the US FDA, they're looking at the totality of the evidence. You heard the FDA yesterday talk about the totality of the evidence. You heard terms such as the weight of the evidence. That's also very critical because you now will be in a situation of not looking at just the hazards alone, but you're looking at the totality of the evidence. And so if you don't remember anything else I've said today, is that it's important to look at the weight of the evidence and the totality of the evidence. Now, so what happens when regulatory decisions are done based on limited evidence? What happens when regulatory decisions are made just on hazards? What you will find is that you will have divergent opinions. That's exactly what we saw with IARC and JECFA. We saw IARC says possibly causes cancer. We saw JECFA says it's safe. A consumer would need to consume more than 19, I believe, cans a day for there to be a problem. So you have these diverging opinions when you base your decisions on hazards alone. So that's one of the problems with looking at limited evidence. The second problem with looking at limited evidence is that you create confusion. You create confusion among national and international regulators. Some regulators don't know what to believe. They hear this WHO agency, IARC, saying one thing, and then they hear this other branch of WHO saying the opposite. So it's a lot of confusion that happens. And it's not only the regulators that are confused, it's also the consumers. My family members that are getting this information again from TikTok. There's that consumer confusion. There's healthcare professional confusion. There's also confusion from other stakeholders. So there's a world of confusion that's out there that I think we all have a shared responsibility in making sure that we're really clear on how the science is done and making sure that we're really clear on why we say that these additives are safe. Now, despite the long history of approvals of these sweeteners, I am not going to pretend that research will not continue. I believe that research should continue. I welcome the questions that are being posed. I welcome the studies, but again, making sure that those studies are done according to rigorous guidelines. So new questions will emerge. And the point that I wanted to make here is that new research has been conducted. So there are new research papers out there now on aspartame and cancer. There's another publication out there about cyclamate and reproductive toxicology, growth and development. Sucralose, there's new papers that have been published in the last 3 years. All of these papers are out there. And so the point that I wanted to make here is that these studies continue to reaffirm the safety of low and no calorie sweeteners. So it's still important for research to be done. So I don't want to minimize the role that we still need to play, because we will still get these questions. I joined the Coca-Cola company in 2006. When I joined the company, I had no idea that I would still be talking about sweeteners 17 years later, but here I am. But the research needs to continue, and that's a good thing. And so this slide just gives you all, and hopefully you all will have a copy of this. This gives you all the scientific references from some of the latest studies. So I know some people are taking pictures, so I'll let you finish that. These studies are published in scientific journals. Again, going back to the principles of integrity, scientific rigor, these studies were recently published, and they were also submitted as part of the JECFA assessment of aspartame. Now, so the main takeaways that I want you all to walk away with here is that the low and no calorie sweeteners that we use, they are backed by regulatory approvals from agencies around the world. So it's not just my word, but it's agencies that have looked at these sweeteners for a very long period of time. The safety studies for each sweetener considered, it's really important that all studies look at long-term effects across multiple endpoints. And so the science that's underpinning the safety of sweeteners is continuing to grow, and we're continuing to add to that science. The third point is that, again, I've said it before, is that regulatory decisions, the approvals, and also when it comes to labeling, it's vitally important that these decisions are based on the totality of the evidence. So again, that means that if you see an unfavorable study, let's not find ourselves in a situation where we're making a decision based on a single study. It needs to be looked at in terms of the totality of the evidence and the weight of the evidence. So it's not looking at one study in isolation. And then the last point that I wanted to make is that the ADIs, again, lots of questions about ADIs. The ADIs are indeed protective because of all of that levels of conservatism that I talked to you about earlier and how those ADIs are calculated. And that really gives us a really firm confidence in the safety of the sweeteners that we have. So with that, I thank you all for your attention, and I thank you all again for inviting me to your wonderful country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. T. You may take the seat. Would you agree we take questions now, or we take the questions together when Ms. Rinka, we continue with that? We are not too hard pressed for time. Thank you so much. Yeah. Ms. Rinka, can you give me a minute? I just.
Sure, please.
Yeah, please.
I think I'll have to stand here.
I just said I'll just see from here. Well, we all know Ms. Rinka Banerjee. She's the director of Thinking Fox. She's the founder of Thinking Fox Consulting, an end-to-end R&D solution provider to the food and beverage industry. She has helped more than 100 companies launch more than 200 products. Prior to starting her own venture, Ms. Rinka worked with Unilever for 16 years, where she worked on several F&B categories and was the director R&D for food in South Asia. Prior to Unilever, she worked with the International Food Network out of Ithaca, New York, and worked on brands like Haagen-Dazs and Slim Fast. Ms. Rinka has a master's degree in food science from University of Vermont, US, and the bachelor's degree in dairy technology from NDRI Karnal. Ms. Rinka Banerjee, thank you so much.
Okay. I think I'm Thank you. I said, I think I'll have to stand on something for people to see me. Great. Thank you so much for having me here, FICCI and Food Industry Asia. And it's a pleasure to speak to all of you on a topic that I'm extremely passionate about. Have been doing this for more than 30 years of my life now, which is around food reformulation. So it's about really developing products that consumers love, and they come after again and again.
Just before I get on to really talking about food reformulation in the context of sugar optimization, maybe I'll just give you a brief introduction about the company if some of you don't know me or know what I do. So what's thinking, folks? We are an end-to-end R&D solutions company, started almost 10 years ago, and the idea is to help small, mid-size as well as large companies develop products right from scratch, from an idea to bring it to market. So we look at defining opportunities, looking at what's trending, what's the new science that's happening in different spaces, and therefore, being able to create products, whether it's product packaging claims, getting the regulatory approvals and manufacturing and so on. Yep. At the core of what we do is innovation. The core of what we do is new product development, getting new products out there in the market. But we also do a lot of other R&D and technical services. A lot of companies come to us for cost management, because that's a big part of the challenges that companies do face. Consumer science, nutrition is a strong core capability that we have, especially with companies looking at bringing in products into India or outside of India into other countries, right? What can you claim? Is there scientific substantiation around it? All of that is what we help companies with. And the other area that we've just more recently started off is to really create our own technology toolboxes. And this is really looking at new technologies that are happening, new consumer needs that are emerging, and saying, can you create a technology playbook that's really ready with a lot of new science and new processing and all of that. These are some of our clients. Like I said, we do work with the Fortune 500s and the large companies on one side, but also a lot of the disruptive startups on the other side. And which is why we are at a nice little sweet spot, because we get, to work with some of the big guys like you and some of the really emerging startups who are really out there creating very innovative products in the market. Yep. Okay, so let's talk sugar. And I think sugar is really a lot more than just sweetness, right? And like George said, just Thanksgiving went by, and for us Diwali went by, right? One question for all of you. Sorry. One question for all of you. Can anyone, how many of you will raise hands and tell me that who of you have not eaten sweets in Diwali? You didn't eat sweets? Okay, so there was one person in the entire room who did not eat sweets this Diwali. But that's sort of, central to us, right? And I think as consumers, as companies, we need to be responsible about what we're eating, what we're producing, what we're marketing, because at the end of the day, we're not going to be stopping to eat food, things that we love, right? So I'll talk a little bit more about food formulations, and I'll get into the details of that. But what does sugar do, right? It's not just about sweetness, right? So sugar has a huge role to play in texture, of course, sweetness is the key role. But it is about preservation, it's about humectancy, it is about, just flavor boosting, things like that. I come from Calcutta, from Bengal, right? And people who are from Gujarat and Bengal will know this, that your mothers would always have told you, add a little pinch of sugar into your food because it just tastes great. And we've seen that, coming from these kind of states, right? If you look at the role that they play in the different food categories, they're very different. So beverages, it's about sweetness, mouthfeel and stuff like that. Confectionery, it could be a lot about texture, it's about preservation, humectancy and stuff like that. Similar thing with baked goods. Dairy, again, similar to beverages and stuff like that. And I think you'll see across categories it has huge roles to play. And therefore, for one single little ingredient to do all of that is extremely hard, right? And that's what food formulation is all about, and how do you play with a, like what we've been talking about, toolkit or a toolbox with different ingredients in there to get the right results. And I'll come to that. So if I look at it from a food formulator's perspective, right, there is science, there's regulation on one side, and there's consumer on the other side. And it's extremely important to see what are really consumers looking at. And today, I think all of us would know this, that a lot of us would want to we have started to eat less sugar in our products, right? So even if I'm having a chocolate or I'm having, something else like a kaju barfi during Diwali, I would control my portions. I would, have started to eat little lesser. So trying to reduce the amount of sugar intake and some of the other, sort of negative ingredients, I would say, as we would call it, right? The other is, of course, the whole thing around regulation and imposition of sugar taxes and stuff like that. Now, we work with companies in Southeast Asia, right? So in Singapore and stuff like that, you have Nutri-Scores, you have health star ratings, you have all of those things that are coming in, and therefore you have to be able to formulate to be able to, get your products to adjust to those kind of regulations. And of course, there's so much of continuous research happening, and we'll talk about that again in a bit. But I think, and this is something that I've just picked up from a study that Kerry has actually done, and it was interesting to see that when they had done a study around healthier lifestyle and what kind of food choices you make, etc., 47% of the consumers actually said reduced sugar. They were reduced sugar seekers, right? So it may not be necessarily sugar free, but can I start having lesser and lesser sugar as we go along? And I mean, and I've worked a lot in the space of salt reduction as well in my previous job. And I have seen this, that you cannot do all of it in one shot in one day. It's going to come progressively. It has to be happening, slowly 1 year at a time, where you are also acclimatizing your palate to start tasting lesser and lesser of the same, like a salt or a sodium, sugar and stuff like that. Yeah. These are, of course, the regular sweeteners that we would use, your normal nutritive sweeteners, jaggery, coconut sugar and stuff like that. And interestingly, I mean, since we do work with a lot of small companies as well, a lot of companies which are, let's say, D2C, they're working through, a lot of the millennial consumers are their target consumers and things like that. We are seeing not just, brands coming to us saying, I want a sugar-free product, but it is also to say, hey, I don't want to necessarily use maybe refined processed sugar, but I might use a little bit of, let's say, a coconut sugar or a jaggery and stuff like that. Now, we all know it's sugar at the end of the day in the body and all of that, we can discuss that. But the thing is also about saying that I don't necessarily want a completely sugar-free product, but I want a lower sugar product, things like that. So that's another space that we see a lot of briefs coming to us. Apart from that, of course, you have monk fruit, allulose, and all of that, those products. On the artificial sweetener side, of course, you have all the others that we've discussed a little while ago. We are beginning to see a lot more stuff with erythritol and things like that, and the polyols, yeah. Interestingly, what we've seen, and I was just looking through some of the data through Mintel and stuff like that, as to where are the more no added sugar, sugar-free kind of claims happening. Beverages is obviously the biggest category where you see most of the no sugar, no added sugar, sugar-free claims happening. Baby food, of course, because people don't want to just add a lot of sugar in there in the first place. Water primarily because it's, it's water. So even if there is some vitamin water, etc., people are doing as no sugar kind of options, yeah. Yeah. Now, at a consumer level, of course, there is a slow decline of some of the artificial sweeteners like aspartame, etc. And like George said, while the science is not the, like completely sort of, standing with that whole thing of saying, oh, why should the amount of aspartame come down? But from a consumer perception perspective, yes, there is a slow decline of artificial sweeteners and a larger upswing for the natural sweeteners. Yeah, can they both coexist? They possibly can, right? And some of the, the other thing about artificial sweeteners, and again, this was a study by Intel. If you see things like, zero-calorie artificial sweeteners like aspartame, of course, refined processed sugar or sugar alcohols, consumers said, yeah, I think this is not good for me, right? Whereas things like allulose or stevia, some even with maple syrup and things like that is lower, right? And I won't get into the science of this. This is what consumers said, yeah. So of course, you have a lot of sugar, a lot of products today which are getting launched with either, you've got artificial sweeteners, natural sweeteners, etc., and then making claims around low glycemic and stuff like that. But the others is just to say it's natural sources of sugar and maybe lower amounts of sugar. And I'll talk you through some of the products that we've done, which is just to say it's lower amounts of sugar, right? And of course, stevia, we all know, is often used in combination, and I'll talk a little more about it when I get into formulations. But a lot of stevia, and we've used this in our multiple products with a combination of polyols, monk fruit, isomols and things like that. Okay, so as a food formulator, and like I said, we work with so many companies. Out of the 200 products that we have launched, probably I would say 30 to 40% of the products would be with either reduced sugar or no sugar. Yeah, because a lot of them were in the beverage space, they were in the functional food space, things like that, and that's where people are looking at low sugar or no sugar options. Yeah. So why use a non-nutritive sweetener? I think we all know this. I'm not going to preach to the choir, but clearly, of course, for the same kind of sweetener level with no or low calorie, the fact that from a processing and a product development perspective, I would say it's all about also how processable is it, right? So high temperature, pH stability, things like that. And that's what a food formulator needs to look at when they're creating a product. What are the challenges that it typically brings with it is the fact that if you add in an aspartame, sucralose, etc., you do not have, it does not give you a body or a mouthfeel, which sugar gives you. Sugar gives you body in your mouth, right? Which an aspartame or a sucralose, etc., doesn't. So there is a lack of texture. Some of these things can leave an aftertaste, and we know this with stevia, etc., is always a challenge. And not everything is a linear that you keep increasing your sugar levels and or a sweetener level, and you'll get sweetness. And we'll again talk a little bit about that as well. So like I said, sweetness, intensity versus impact. It does not mean that you keep adding more, you're going to get more sweetness. It is also about, and I keep telling this to a lot of my product developers, it's how is your product coming together, right? Because when you're tasting a product or a food in your mouth, you don't want the sugar profile to come on one side and then a flavor profile to come on the other side. It has to come together, right? And that is very important for a food formulator to play with different variables to be able to get the right kind of product. Mouthfeel, texture, these are important aspects, and these are the challenges that we usually work on in terms of solving. Products like ice cream, freezing point depression can be a challenge. Preservation in a jam, which has got 68 bricks or 70 bricks, which is coming, a lot of it is coming from sugar. How much more isomalt and fructooligosaccharides, etc., you're going to be adding, right? Because you have laxative effects, you have other kind of effects. So those are kind of challenges that a food formulator needs to work on. And of course, there's aftertaste and a lingering taste and stuff like that. Where are we seeing the opportunities in terms of product development and food formulations with using non-nutritive sweeteners? One is, of course, to work with, let's say, lower amounts of sugar. So you're bringing down sugar by, with the slow reduction of sugar and then playing with the different levels. But the other end is around using a lot around fibers, around gum systems, around flavor modulators, and textures, texturizers, and things like that, which are which have a holistic effect on the way you perceive sweetness, yeah, in your mouth. And I'll talk one by one for each of these. So these are some products in the last couple of years that we've been working with, and like I said, it's either a functional powder, high protein whey drink, things like that, or it's a coconut water Ayurveda drink, which is got a certain amount of single strength coconut juice and things like that, or it's a functional food, right? That is like completely like a nutraceutical tablet and fizz powders and things like that. We'll talk about this. In the case of the ready-to-drink powder-based beverages, what have been some of our learnings, and I'll just talk a little bit about that, is with, let's say, for example, the whey protein product that we did. We put in acesulfame K, we put in sucralose, we got sweetness, but we didn't get any body. So what happens is it comes to your mouth, it hits you, and then it just goes flat, right? It doesn't stay with you. And that is very important for a food formulator to keep in mind, that you are putting in high intensity sweeteners, but you need to be then sort of complementing that with certain amount of thickeners, gum systems, etc. So we use things like xanthan, etc., for it to get a more holistic feel in your mouth. It should stay in your mouth for some time for you to perceive the sweetness, and it needs to stay for a while, right? The same thing with, let's say, a keto beverage, which was a high protein, high fiber, high fat beverage and stuff like that. And the same learnings were there as well, which was sucralose, and then we use CMC guar gum and things like that to get the right kind of body, mouthfeel, taste. All of these things have to come together for you to perceive sweetness. Yeah, and of course the other advantage, of course, is when you're adding gums, etc., it's avoiding syneresis or separation and all of that. When we're looking at, let's say, a RTD protein drink, which was with reduced sugar. Yeah. So we said, okay, and the customer did not want to add refined white processed sugar. So we took some bit of coconut sugar. Of course, you can use date syrup, you can't say no added sugar for sure, but you can use, let's say, something like dates, single strength fruit preps, fruit purees, etc., with combinations of stevia and thickeners, right? And that again gives a good high sort of sweetness perception, but with lower amounts of sugar. So you can make the claims that it's got a lower amount of sugar than XYZ and things like that. The other stuff in beverages that we've played a lot with is reduced sugar, and some would be from natural fruit juice, single strength, etc. And the other was really taste modulators, and we've worked and we've got IFF here, let's say it's Givaudan, IFF, Firmenich, all of these companies, and we've worked with a lot around sweetness modulators, and I will spend a little bit of time on that, because that I think has been quite an unlocker for us in terms of the kind of products that we've been developing. Yeah. Dairy, and this is not an example from India, but I was just looking through Chobani in the US. Now they use a lot of allulose, citrus fiber, and now it's Reb M of stevia that is being used in combinations with monk fruit. So you will see that it's usually a toolkit, a toolbox where you need to use multiple different things. And to George's point, it's not about saying I have 3 approved sweeteners and I need to keep loading my consumers with these 3 sweeteners. It's about having a multitude of different ingredients that you can play with to give the right sweetness perception, and still you're bringing down the amount of sugar in your product. Yeah. And I know allulose, I think right now is only used in some categories it's allowed, but we struggle with this quite often as well, that you're creating a product for India and you're creating a product for, let's say, EU, for US. Your formulations, your labels, everything have to be different. Yeah. And if we want to start exporting a lot more products from here, which I believe there's a fabulous opportunity for us, I think we should be also looking at saying what are the kind of categories where it's low risk for us to go ahead and start allowing some of these kind of ingredients to come in. Yeah. Bakery and biscuit, I mean, this is not a biscuit we developed, but I'm just giving you an example of a 0 added sugar biscuit that we were working for another client, and we use stevia, sucralose. But in the case of a biscuit, for example, or a sugar-free cookie, and we tried pretty hard to work without maltitol, sorbitol, etc., it was just impossible to do it, right? Because it just didn't give the right texture, the bite that you need. So you need the right fat source, you need the right, kind of sugar alcohols to go with it. It doesn't become soggy, things like that, right? So that was important for us to get the right kind of combination for a cookie which was sugar-free. This is an interesting product which this particular customer has launched in, I think, Rajasthan. And his idea was to say, I take sugar, and if I'm able to reduce my sugar by 50% or 25%, 30%, whatever. So the consumer is adding 1 spoon of sugar, but they're actually adding 50% less sugar, right? What can I get in there? And then we played a lot with the different kinds of formulations and stuff like that. And the fundamental thing that we were able to get was to use things like sugar, of course, as a base, but then you have polydextrose, stevia, monk fruit, botanicals, and licorice has been another interesting thing apart from stevia, that we are seeing a lot of interesting stuff, especially in Indian food. We do see a lot of licorice and licorice-based sweeteners actually, working quite well. Yeah. In India, you would call this muleti, and that's, I think, something that people would use a lot in Indian kind of diets. Now, when you come to chewing gum, and this is, I'm not a chewing gum expert at all, so I'm just going to give you information which I've got from my co-founder, who's ex-Mars Wrigley, so he comes with a lot of experience in chewing gums. And one of the things that he was talking to me about is, if you look at a chewing gum, right, it needs to stay in your mouth for 15 minutes, right? And it has to release sugar slowly at a certain speed, right? All of that in your mouth, right? So you have to, as a formulator, think through that as well, right? Now, of course, we know polyols are less sweet than sugar, NHIs compensate for the low sweetness and all of that. The thing with chewing gums, for example, is that the whole perception of flavor and sweetness needs to come together, and it needs to last for a long time, and it needs to get slow release. And one of the things that he was mentioning to me was that there's a lot of use of encapsulated sweeteners, right? which then have a very slow release in the way it is releasing through a certain period of time. Now, if I look at having a 330 ml of a beverage and I'm going to be consuming that for a certain amount of time, I need to see how my sweetener is going to perform over a certain amount of time, because you could also have fatigue coming in very quickly if you have a very high intensity sweetness, right. So, these are things that a food formulator would typically keep in mind. Now, the limitation with HIS, apart from the other stuff that I spoke about, texture and stuff like that, is also the fact that typical sugar kind of products and natural nutritive sweeteners would have a very linear profile of sweetness. So, you keep increasing, the sugar sweetness perception keeps going up, but that is not the case with HIS, right. It is hyperbolic. So, in the sense it is at a certain point it will plateau out, right. So, you cannot just say keep increasing certain amounts of sweeteners and say something is GMP allowed, so let me keep adding in. It is not going to help in any way in terms of the product development process. Yeah. Yeah, and I think in things like chewing gums, etc., the other interesting insight here is about, one is how you play with texture, how you play with the slow release of sweetener system and how it lasts for longer, but also how does it behave with your taste receptors and the saliva. Very interestingly, what is there, and I think this is from the flavor industry, some of the flavors, for example, they do stimulate your saliva, yeah, and how it interacts with your and how it interacts with the sugar HIS kind of sweetener molecules that you put in, and the taste receptors are a very interesting science. And I'm not a sugar scientist, but I'm just saying that creates a lot of science around how you can sort of modulate all of these things to get the right perception of sweetness for a certain period of time. Yeah. And that brings me to taste modulators, and me and my team have been using a lot of this over the last several years now, right. Some of them are natural, nature identical and all of that. And I think this is something that the flavor industry has done a phenomenal job. There's a lot of stuff around flavors that we've been using today, apart from the basic stuff around fibers, gums, all of that to give me the body and everything. And one is to just boost the flavor of the sweetness perception through taste modulation. The other is to mask, right. So, for example, if I'm using stevia and I'm using different other stuff and there is strong metallic notes, how do I mask that? So, we've been able to play with multiple different flavor houses and using a very good flavor kit which could be designed for different products. So, beverages might have a slightly different flavor kit versus a chewing gum versus a biscuit and so on. Yeah. And if you look at the taste modulators, and again, I have to say I'm a product development application person, not a scientist, but I would say it's mainly got to do with how you're perceiving taste. So, it plays with the whole taste receptors that you have in your tongue, right. And that is the whole thought process behind modulation. While you may have stevia as a base, and then you will have other amino acids and things like that, which sort of play in different ways in terms of modulating your taste. Yeah, and I mean, again, these are not the laundry list of companies. It's just a representative example, but whole bunch of companies like DSM Firmenich, IFF, Jovidan, Kerry, all of the companies have now got very solid toolkits around flavor modulation, and I would really encourage a lot of the young food formulators here, do look at those kind of things, because they actually work extremely well with certain kind of other stuff that you put in terms of the levels of sugar or an artificial sweetener, etc. Yeah. And in fact, I was just telling this before when we took the break, just a couple of weeks ago during Diwali, and I had a supplier who came and showed me a kaju katli, which is a cashew barfi with zero sugar, with stevia and some other monk fruit and whatnot, and some flavor modulators. And I can tell you that product tasted 200% like any other kaju barfi. I mean, I could not taste any difference, and I was just telling him that was a fabulous job done from a food formulation perspective. But the fact that you're able to use all of this toolkits today, and then there is a lot of that that's available for us to use. Yeah. Okay, now there are also many other things, and there's a lot of patents that are happening around. There's a lot of stuff around fermentation, and we'll just talk a little bit about that. Yeah, so people are using from, let's say, pea protein, and I think Coca-Cola yourself have a lot of different patents that have been applied in the space of sweeteners. but it's also about not just taste modulation, which is enhancing sweetness, but also masking bitter tastes. Yeah. And a lot of the patents that we see are also in the space of sort of how does it manage or navigate around the taste receptors, right? And that's a very, very interesting science that's happening, and both IFF, this company Conagen, and so on have done a lot of patents in this space. If I look at your, just one second, sorry, can I just move this? Yeah. The other thing that we have seen is a lot of use of functional fibers, yeah, in low reduced sugar launches, and you have seen, of course, inulin, fructooligosaccharides, and things like that are used, vegetable fibers and fruit fibers, and I'll talk about the fruit fibers and so on, because we've done work with companies outside of India at the moment where we've been able to extract out fibers from fruit waste, right? And you're able to use that and put that back into your food products and formulation, which is a very, very interesting space, because there's sustainability on one end where you're utilizing food waste, and the other is actually bringing back something which is a nutritive value in there into food formulation. Yeah. The advantage of soluble for fibers, one, it's highly soluble. So if you are able to bring in high solubility, it has a mouth feel, it gives you a texture, etc. It carries the sweetness well. That's one big advantage of fiber, and the fact that it's very low in calories, right? So it doesn't bring in the same calorie as sugar. What we have used typically fibers is either in combination with sugar or other sweeteners, and also for it to really deliver the kind of mouthfeel it needs to deliver. And usually it's been a toolkit of fiber, maybe a gum system. It would be, of course, either a high intensity, kind of a sweetener, and then maybe some flavor modulators, right? So today food science actually has a huge, toolbox available for us to create these very interesting, combinations. And if I look at some of the fibers that are used as for sugar reduction, in some cases, in fact, fibers are used even for fat replacement. So citrus fiber, for example, is used a lot in mayonnaise, for example, to reduce fat, right? Similarly, we are now using fibers for reducing sugar, right? And of course, you see a lot of chicory root, soluble corn fiber, citrus fiber, and so on. It is for this company, Dole, which is in Singapore, we created pineapple fiber, right? And what you do is essentially taking out, after you've extracted the hell out of the stuff, the juice is gone, you have got pineapple pomace. Now, pineapple pomace has a lot of fiber sitting in there. Now, can you extract that out like a banana peel that has a lot of fiber, resistant starch sitting in there? Can you bring that out and put that back into formulation? And that's been an interesting journey for them, and they've just started this fruit specialty ingredients vertical, which we've helped them do. And of course, you see a lot of products that all of you as formulators would be using, like soluble corn fiber, which Fibersol has. This is from Rocket. And I think the other thing that strikes me to mention as well is you cannot be using a lot of, let's say, an FOS and inulin and all of that stuff, because you have laxation, you have those kind of effects as well. So how do you ensure that these are part of something called a low FODMAP diets, right? So this is also an important thing to keep in mind. And of course, Cargill has the soluble corn fibers. Again, a lot of it we have used in cereal bars and dairy and things like that. Similarly, Ingredion also has a lot of fibers. Now, if I look at the patent activity in sugar reduction, and this is kind of an indication to say that because there's just so much research happening, there's so much science out there happening, there are many, many patents being applied for new molecules, new findings and things like that. And you'll see from 2017 onwards, it's quite a strong increase. Now these numbers, maybe 2020 is not full, but in general, to say that there is a lot of science that's happening in this space, and I think we need to be extremely open to be looking at saying how do we bring that in so that product developers, companies in India can actually create products which ultimately have the same benefit, which is to reduce the amount of sugar intake that we're having. But with having a toolkit available which is extremely flexible in the way we can, and it's safe, of course. US and China, of course, the leading sugar reduction patents that get granted. Now, I think we spoke about it a little while ago, but one of the spaces that we are seeing interesting, and I would love to see more results coming out in this space, is this whole space of looking at, recombinant microorganisms used for fermentation and a lot of stuff around precision fermentation. So for example, we do some work on precision fermentation, but we do it more in the plant protein space. Today, people are using precision fermentation for creating sugar replacements and things like and we spoke. I just talk about 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, and so I think this is another very, very interesting space, and George spoke about bioconversion, and I think that's another very interesting space, and I would love to see more results coming out in this space. The kind of patterns that we're seeing emerging in this, it's absolutely new science. And if you see from stevia, the Reb A and D and all of that, it's moved on to Reb AM, all of that. So there is a lot that's advanced in this space, and we should try and bring in as much as we can into India, expand that toolbox for Indian formulators to be able to bring in new products out here. Yeah, this is some things with some products which are again all launched outside of India, but products with enzymatically produced steviol glycosides and stuff like that. The other thing is the sweet proteins. This is the other space that we've seen a lot of trends emerging. I know that Thomatin has got approved in India for certain categories. Similarly, there is Miraculin, Monolin, Brazine, and things like that. We have used Thomatin to some extent, but not the others. And I would love to see what else can some of these ingredients do. Again, the dosages have to be really, really small, because at any high dosage, it's going to give you an extremely strong aftertaste, which is not, something that consumers would like. So it has to be played very carefully as to how much you want to add some of this protein with maybe a high intensity sweetener or a nutritive sweetener, stuff like that. So, but this is an interesting space that we see. There's a lot of stuff that's happening around this space of sweet proteins that we talk about. Yeah. And again, these cannot on their own do it, right? We have seen this even with monk fruit, etc. On its own, it cannot give you the final product. It needs to be in combination with something. Yeah, so if you've got stevia and monk fruit, and I've got a bit of sugar source, or I've got some fruit source or whatever, it behaves very well. But the moment I try and put only monk fruit, it's not going to work. So I think this is what we'll have to be very, very clear about. Yeah. So just to summarize, I think the good thing is that consumers today, and like we discussed, that they're reading labels in the first place. They are getting more aware that they should consume lesser sugar, and therefore that's all moving in the right direction. And I think the kind of work that even FSSAI and all have done for just increasing awareness, I think is a great start. Some of the regulatory changes like HFSS, Nutri-Score, all of these things are going to also have the industry literally accelerate their technology programs on getting solutions out there in the market. And I think the more solutions come, we just need to be open to taking them on, right? In terms of evaluating them, reviewing them, and seeing if it makes sense, for our consumer base and so on, and bring that in. And like I said, from a reformulation perspective, it always has to be a toolbox approach. It is not one single magic bullet which is going to solve problem, and it is going to be progressive. Therefore it is important for companies and formulators to be extremely responsible about saying, how do I bring this, right? So how do I bring this 1 year at a time, and I'm bringing it slowly. And you have certain milestones that you may have, that I bring down sugar content in my foods, for example, by this percentage, by this year, stuff like that. So it has to go in a progressive manner. And combination of high intensity sweeteners with gum systems, fibers, all of that is extremely useful for you to get the right kind of final perception. And some of the more recent advances like enzymatic modification, sweet proteins, taste modulators, and I think taste modulators again is something that you all should really go after, whether it's boosting, masking, working synergistically with something else, and then precision fermentation. So I think there's a lot that's happening in this space. Do watch out for this space. Do read a lot more about what's happening. And and let's, I would say, just keep these conversations going, because we might find some very good, interesting, credible science which actually brings in, makes life easier for formulators to develop products that consumers like, first of all, They want to buy the product again and again, because at the end of the day, you can say whatever you want on claims. If the taste is not good, no consumer is going to buy the product, right? So I think it's important that we get that thing right in terms of our formulation approach. The challenges we need to solve possibly is, one, of course, we need a larger list of allowable sweeteners and so on, but the other is to manage cost, right? And I think you can't be selling something at an incredibly higher cost just to say it's sugar free and stuff like that. A consumer might say, you know what, I'll just use maybe a little bit less of this, right? So we'll have to be sort of wary of that as well, as to really how do we manage a larger, get more ingredients in, more additives in, but also manage cost. Yeah. So this is where I'll end, and happy to take on any questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Rinka. I think Ms. Rinka Banerjee brought out certain very practical side of the use of sweeteners, balancing the taste, and coming out of her own practical experience, and I think it was a very insightful experience to listen to you. Also, Dr. Pugh, and thanks for sharing your insights into the science of hazard and risk of sweeteners. And you also emphasized on the importance of the ADIs and the risk assessment and the dietary survey and so on. So with this, we will take some questions, and first request directed to Dr. Pugh. If you have questions, yes, please. Please identify yourself and then ask your question.
My name is Dr. Yes, sir. I'm not from the health sector. Hello. Yeah. My name is Dr. Prakash Gupta. I'm not from the health sector, in fact. I am from the metal sector. My question is, general question I'm asking, that, when a man has got a normal sugar level, fasting and PP, sugar, no diabetes, nothing. And suppose if he's a sweet, his tooth is sweety, he likes to have the sweet after dinner, after lunch and all that. So is it okay for him to have the sweets after dinner and lunch? His sugar level is okay, weight is okay. Number two, there is a myth about this sweetness. The sweetness, they say that anything sweetness added to any product, food product, normally people say, no, you should not take any product with a sweetener, artificial sweet, it's not good for health. So these are your views on these two aspects, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll do this. Yeah, I will do the second question that you asked about the safety of sweeteners. And these sweeteners, again, don't take my word for it. They are completely safe. So all of the sweeteners that have been evaluated that I had on my slide by regulatory agencies, they are completely safe. And I think the thing to think about also is one word that you will also hear is the word moderation. Moderation is important. So that may touch on your first question as well, but the safety profile of the sweeteners is such that you can enjoy them in your foods and beverages without any risk or concern about your health. So that's what the agencies have said. That's my view as a toxicologist, but that's my answer to that question.
And I would say, you just touched upon the absolute right point, is moderation. Anything obviously had an excessive consumption is not good, but at the same time, I think it's not about saying that sugar is bad and you shouldn't eat sugar at all and things like that, because diabetes obviously, and I'm not a medical practitioner, but I'm saying diabetes has multiple other factors as well that leads to it, including genetics and things like that. So I think you don't increase your risk factor by consuming excessive amounts of it. That's the only thing. You've got to be careful about how much of it do you want to take it on as a risk. Like now, if I'm going to be, having excessive consumption of it, am I putting myself to a risk? Yes, I am, right? So I think that is where you'll have to, use, the common sense of saying, how much of it do I moderate? But to his answer to your question, I think from a safety perspective, I think we need to be also tackling this issue of perception versus reality. I think it's important that, you know, the science behind a lot of this stuff has to be brought out in more public forums to talk about it so that people are not confused about this whole thing.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I think to your question, you missed the Dr. Pugh's address. He covered that in quite a detail, so that would have answered. But thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes, Satinder, please identify yourself and thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Satinder from IdeaWise. I engage in similar space, not at the same scale maybe as you do, but historically I worked with chocolates, and this puzzle always remained throughout my life. Do I reduce sugar and then replace it with what? Do I replace it with fat and say claim that I have reduced the sugar? So what do I die with, the sugar or fat? So it's a dilemma which always processed throughout my life. But the discussion is very holistic, and I'm thoroughly enjoyed your talk, listening various options, space available, and I think we are sort of developing a dichotomy here. It's sugar versus artificial sweeteners, and this dichotomy seems to be a little bit over skewed for my mind, because sugar has a connotation as a sucrose. So if sugar is equivalent to sucrose molecule, what about the replacers, or should we be talking of sugar reduction as an objective, or should we be talking of sugar replacement, which means sucrose replacement as an objective? So what is the reformulator's real goal here?
Yeah.
This is my question.
Yes.
Sir, just a minute to answer the question.
Yes. No, I think, you know, to answer your question, I think as a food formulator, what we look at is the total sugars, right? How much of sugars is coming from the multiple sources of sugar that you're adding, and how much do you want to bring it down as a total sugar? So whether it's from maltodextrin or it's coming from a date syrup or whatever, right? And it's got, you know, sucrose as sucrose. So I think one has to look at it holistically, and you have to be sort of realistic about that, saying this is the amount of sugar that I want to bring down, which is from all of these sources. And therefore, when you're looking at a sugar replacement, it's not just about saying I have reduced my refined white sugar by X, but I've put in some honey or put in something else and I'm okay. For me as a food formulator, that's not okay, right? It's important to look at as total sugars that you're bringing down, and I'm not talking about what is coming from the regular food, like, you know, your grains and single strength fruits and stuff like that. So to answer your question, I would look at it as a holistic total sugars, and from the total sugars, how much of it you want to reduce, and therefore what else do you play with. And that's when you play with things like I said, fibers, gums, sweetener systems, high intensity sweeteners and things like that. So yeah, and I would say, you know, I mean, that's the way I look at it. It's really about total sugars and not just the added sugar part of it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll come to you, sir. We'll take more questions and we'll come to you later. Yeah, we'll have a question. Yeah, Millie.
Hi, this is Mili Bhattacharya. I work in Coca-Cola India. So my question is to Dr. Rinka. First of all, thank you so much for covering the various aspects of reformulation. And I really liked your approach when you said it has to be a toolbox approach and a progressive one. So my question is, in India, even though we see a lot of, you know, food categories or food products emerging in the space of low calorie, low sugar, but still the acceptance of these products, when we look at the, you know, the net sales of this product vis-a-vis the ones that are having the caloric sweeteners, are very less in India as of now. So what do you think are some of the opportunities that lies with respect to enhancing the acceptance of these products by consumers? Because mostly these days we see these are accepted by people who are educated, who are pretty much informed about the food ingredients, etc., but not so much with the mass consumers.
Yeah.
So what do you feel are some of the opportunities?
Yeah, I think before I say maybe the opportunities, I'll say it's some of the challenges as well. I think we do a lot of consumer research as well, and we do understand that consumers, the moment you tell them it's sugar free, the first thing that comes to their mind is it's going to taste like really bad. You know, this is not going to taste good. right? So I'm not going to try this out, right? So that's the first thing that, from a consumer perception is there, right? There are today companies which, including yourselves, have done a fabulous job of delivering great taste, and still it being 0 calorie and stuff like that. I think it's a lot of consumer education that's required, and I think, yeah, it's a little bit of marketing, if you ask me, is about really saying how do you ensure that consumers are able to perceive and say, what, this is fabulous tasting, and incidentally it is, 0 sugar. I think, and I've said this to a lot of clients who come to me saying, I want to deliver a 0 sugar and a high nutrition and la 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 la. And I say, you know what, if you're going to be trying to push that forward and not taste forward, you're going to have that much more difficulty, right? So can you put yourself taste forward and saying, what, this is fabulous tasting drink and whatnot, and incidentally it's 0 sugar free, right? So I would flip that a little bit differently in the way a lot of that, communication and all of that happens with consumers. Yeah. And I think, to be honest with you, and I think there has to be some fear of God in consumers to also say, I should start reducing the amount of sugar. And I think that's where a little bit of education is important, whether it's salt, sugar, how do you reduce it even in your home diets, right? We as Indians just put a hell of a lot of sugar in all of our food. So forget the processed food part. What we put in our regular fresh food is a lot. So how do we bring that down? And I think that's really required from an education perspective.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes. No, just a minute. We'll come to you, sir, please.
Hello everyone, I am Madhu Sharma from PepsiCo. Thank you both, first of all, for delivering this wonderful session. I have 2 questions, one from both of you. George sir, first one is from you, it's a scientific one. We are considering a dividing factor of 100 for calculating our no observed adverse effect level to calculate ADI, right? So why is it 100 and not 200, 500 or 1000?
That's a good question. I think it's historical. It's really historical. Going back, I don't know when that was done, but it was determined that 100 seems to be adequately protective. Now, one thing I will say about the ADI calculations, typically, traditionally, 100 has been used, but there have been examples where less than 100 has been used, and we've actually seen JECFA do evaluations, and I can give you one example in particular, and this was with the preservative sodium benzoate. So sodium benzoate initially had an ADI of 5 milligrams per kilogram body weight per day. Very recently, when JECFA did a new assessment, they looked at additional data. So it's really about the data, how much data you have. The more data you have, looking at pharmacokinetic factors, toxicokinetic factors, gives you more confidence in your ability to reduce those values from 100 to, let's say, something else. So going back to sodium benzoate, the ADI was previously 5 milligrams per kilogram body weight per day. And interestingly enough, JECFA increased the ADI 4-fold. So now it's 20 milligrams per kilogram body weights per day. So going back to your initial questions, 100 has been what I was taught as a toxicologist, is a 10-fold factor going from animals to humans, and then another 10-fold factor given human variability.
Interspecies, and within the species and between species.
Yes, across species and even within. So typically that's what's been used, but it's not etched in stone. So what I would like for you to take away with is that even though that's a traditional model, it can be altered where you can use a lower value, less than 100, to give a higher ADI, depending on the strength of the data that you have.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, to you. We are replacing sugar, and we all know that sugar has so many negative effects on our health. But replacing sugar on the cost of adding sweeteners as well as bunch of adding other additives. So from a consumer point of view, when we read the label, we see that we are removing one part and we are having a bunch of other additives. So people are very susceptible when they read the labels and seeing that so many artificial things are being added. So how do you tackle that thing?
Sorry. Yeah, I think, first and foremost, when we have, people talk about reading labels, etc., the first things first is people actually reading labels, which is good news, right? And even if you're reading labels, as long as you know that these are FSSAI approved, these are foods, these are safe, and that is where transparent labeling is extremely important, and also accreditation is an important tool that one can use, right? So whether it's putting down certain accreditation to say this is as per whatever FSSAI, and this is safe food, this is healthy food and whatnot. If you're able to use accreditations, that could be a very useful consumer straight off thing to say, what, this ticks off all the boxes and it's easy for me to make that decision. So I think a lot of countries today are using that as well, right? And you're able to then therefore very clearly say, yeah, it may have certain ingredients, but because it's got this certification, I know that it's approved, it is safe, all of that stuff. At the end of the day, as a consumer, that's all you really want to know. It's not about the number of, sort of numbers or whatever is there in the list, right? Of course, there is a whole bunch of consumers today who are looking for cleaner labels. And that is something that we see as a separate category that's also evolving at the end of the day today. But if you look at the larger mass tier 3, tier 4 towns, am I going to be paying a huge premium for that clean label? Probably not, right? And therefore, I'm okay with you giving me a product which is safe, which are all of that. But as long as there's some kind of a logo or whatever to tell me that, yes, this ticks off the boxes, I don't need to sit there and read so many ingredients. So I would go more that way rather than saying it's actually bad, right? I hope I answered that question.
Yeah,
Thank you, ma'am.
From gentlemen, yes. Please identify yourself. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sumit. I run a startup which is called Artinchi. It specializes in diabetic desserts, causing no sugar spikes. A challenge, and while all your talk I think is very useful. We've been doing some of it at our level, but the key challenge which we typically face is when you actually go out to figure out what should be the recommended serving size, as well as how you should lab test these, because it also impacts things like carbs and other things, and given the target audience, actually we always struggle with these things.
That's a good point, and we've seen things like when you're using inulin, for example, you do get your total sugar still go up, right? And that's where we've been actually working with laboratories. We're based out of Bangalore, so we've worked with laboratories to create protocols where you're able to therefore then be able to still measure it more accurately to say, what is the total sugar, removing the inulin sugar that's coming in, etc. So you're able to do that. In certain markets, we have seen that the regulations also allow you to look at what is the total sugar coming theoretically, right, from a particular ingredient and so on, and therefore give your theoretical total sugar number rather than giving the analytical number, which is especially when you're using ingredients like inulin, etc. But happy to have this conversation offline, and I think this is something that we've seen, and I know that my team's actually been working with certain laboratories to get the protocols right, and they've I think made quite a bit of progress there.
All right, thank you. We take one last question, please. Yeah, please. Yeah. No, I am giving opportunity to everyone. You asked one, but yes, please go ahead. The mic, please. Oh, you have okay, it comes. After this,
hello, yeah.
One more question.
For consumers' interest, which of the following is better as a source of sugar? One is white sugar, one is brown sugar, one is jaggery, one is khand, one is good. Okay, so if you could enlighten me, because we are always concerned. People say, no, you should not eat white sugar. They say, no, brown sugar is good. They say, no, you eat good is better, or khand is better, or jaggery is better, or this is better. Please, thank you.
That's okay. Do you want to ask before, or should I answer his question and then? Okay. I think if you look at sugars, and I've got all the nutritionists sitting there, so they will answer the question much better than I will. But what I can say is, at the end of the day, your body does not recognize good or jaggery, I mean, whatever, or honey or whatever, right? It recognizes the sugar which is going into your body. And when I talk to my director of nutrition, she will say the same thing, right? Some of the things like a jaggery brings in certain amount of iron, it brings in certain amount of other minerals, etc., which is beneficial. But the way it gets processed afterwards, that's something that's a different science altogether. And I know that there is some bit of work that's happened, and because we've worked in a similar space where we looked at Ayurveda, and there are certain kind of actives and herbs which process the sugar slightly differently. Now that's an interesting space to just watch out for and look for what kind of information is happening there. But as far as the way between a sugar content, and please Madhavi and your company, you can enlighten here a lot more, the sugar content in itself is not different, right? It is just maybe some things bring in a certain amount of additional stuff like minerals and things like that, which is a good thing to have with, let's say, a jaggery and stuff like that.
Yeah. Maybe I would agree. I would agree.
At the end of the day,
Maybe you can connect offline during the lunch time. Yes, Dr. Ashley, please.
And it's regarding Indian sweets. I know the Indians love sweets, and you just mentioned that regarding Diwali. You spoke a lot about processed foods. I'm not sure how much is consumed from processed foods here in India. But my question relates to the Indian sweets. How much work have you done in this area in trying to reduce the levels of sugar in traditional Indian products rather than what I would call Western products?
Absolutely. Me personally, or our team personally, hasn't done projects yet on Indian sweets, but if you walk across some of the larger chains of sweet shops today in India, you will find sugar-free options, right? And some maybe with an aspartame or sucralose and so on, but a lot of them are also with stevia today, and so they would say it's natural and all of that. But you are seeing those options coming on the table. So today, like this Diwali, when I was walking around sweet shops, you could make a choice whether I want that or this. The question is, and like she asked, as a consumer, would I want to have that? Because you're kind of thinking, maybe it doesn't taste good. I might as well have less of this, right? I think that's what that's the challenge we have to play with. How do you ensure that you're delivering great taste, same experience as a normal sugar, and incidentally, it's sugar-free. But we see the sweet industry, the larger companies, I wouldn't say everybody, but the larger guys are definitely having sugar-free options on the table.
Yeah, thank you very much. With this, we come to an end, and it was such an honor to listen to both of you. It was really a very enriching experience and knowing so much from our. So just please keep sitting. I request Mr. Abhinav Singh, he is the head of FMCG and safety, to give a token of appreciation to our guests.
Wonderful.
Just a good, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make and request all the speakers to please, the lunch has been arranged in the council room for all the speakers, and we gather here sharp at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Oh, yes.
Anytime you want me to come back to India, let me know. I love coming here.
Yes. Hello once again. So we are back, and I hope you enjoyed the lunch. And now, without waiting for too much time, we will like to start with a very interesting session, a very seasoned person. We have with us Dr. Ashley Roberts. He's the president, AR Toxicology Incorporation. So, Dr. Roberts is a regulatory toxicologist working in the area of food and regulatory ingredient safety and has extensive knowledge in international regulatory affairs. Dr. Robert has published nearly 100 peer-reviewed manuscripts, books, chapter, posters, papers, primarily in the area related to food ingredient safety, mechanism of toxicity, preclinical, clinical, pharmacokinetics. Dr. Robert worked for nearly 20 years as a senior vice president for Cantox Intertech in the area of scientific and regulatory affairs. Before that, 10 years for a multinational food company. So may I request Dr. Roberts to please deliver your address on science versus myths of sweetness. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back after lunch. Thank you for the introduction. Firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak today. It's always a great pleasure to come to India. I've been here several times and I love the country, I love the food. I just have to promise myself the next time I come, I'm going to turn it into a vacation because I want to see more of your beautiful country. So, as you've heard today, Dr. Pugh gave an excellent presentation regarding the safety of low and no calorie sweeteners. And it's my job today to cover off some of the myths or controversies regarding these products. And I'm going to focus my talk purely on safety. I'm not going to be covering any of the efficacy matters or any matters regarding body weight gain. So I'm going to give a brief introduction to the use of low and no calorie sweeteners and their safety, primarily because Dr. Pugh has already done such an excellent job in covering this. So the myths I'm going to cover today is outlined on this slide here, and we've heard quite a lot about this over the last couple of days. Are sweeteners safe for pregnant and lactating women, mothers? Are they safe for children? And what happens if we exceed the ADI? Will some adverse effect happen to us? And I'll be looking at that in relationship to exposure, and I know Dr. Pugh also covered that in his talk extensively. I'm then going to be moving on to the hot topic of cancer, and again we've heard a lot about this over the last couple of days, looking at the IARC and JECFA evaluations, but then I'm going to be looking at a couple of other topics that we really haven't covered over the last couple of days, and that is, does aspartame cause learning problems and anxiety issues? These are a couple of papers that have been published fairly recently, and I shall cover those. And then Dr. Ganguly yesterday mentioned the effects of low and no calorie sweeteners on the gut microbiome, and this is something that I've been following for the last 10 years or so, very interested in this topic, and I've given another number of presentations around the world regarding low and no calorie sweeteners and the gut microbiome. We've also spoken quite a bit over the last couple of days regarding new technologies, and I shall be looking specifically at how these new technologies are related to the production of stevia glycosides, and I'll be looking specifically at the technologies of bioconversion and fermentation. And then I'll just be drawing some conclusions at the end. So a great deal of interest surrounds the use of these products in relationship to their health, to a healthy diet and lifestyle. I mean, it's come to my attention that at this moment in time, there's over 100 million people in India that are suffering from diabetes. And the increase has gone up by 30% in the last 2 years. So there's obviously an interest in developing a healthy and diet and lifestyle here, because the incidence of diabetes obviously is a driving factor. We know that high potency sweeteners, low and no calorie sweeteners provide no calories, and they are used at low levels in food. And they are, obviously for that reason, they're considered important tools for use in weight management and also for use in products that are used by diabetics. But as we have come to learn from Dr. Pugh's talk, before these ingredients can be used in food and beverages, they have to undergo a thorough and strict safety evaluation by regulatory authorities. And so these are just a number of the regulatory authorities that undertake safety evaluations for products like low and no calorie sweeteners. And as Dr. Pugh indicated, that following the evaluation by these groups, such as the Joint Expert Committee on Food Additives or the European Food Safety Authority or the US FDA, once they've evaluated the information that's put before them in the form of a dossier, they then come to a decision whether the material is safe and then establish an acceptable daily intake. And this table shows the current ADI values that have been derived by the Joint Expert Committee of Food Additives. And they align with the approvals that have taken place globally, as I said, by the other regulatory authorities. So you have all of these global authorities that review the same information, and pretty much they all come to the same conclusions. And pretty much they've all derived the same ADIs, other than maybe for aspartame, where there's a subtle difference in the ADI between the US FDA and JECFA. So it always amazes me that even though we have these really reputable scientific organizations all around the world that align on the safety of these ingredients, that skepticism still abounds out there in the scientific and by the consumers, that these compounds, there's questions regarding their safety and impact on health. And this never ceases to amaze, as I said. So one of the topics that I always get asked whenever I'm speaking on this subject of low and no calorie sweeteners are these products safe for children? Are they safe for pregnant and lactating women? So as Dr. Pugh indicated, the ADI covers all age groups. So from children right through to adults and the aging population. And the ADI covers safety over a lifetime. So how do we know that these compounds are safe for children and pregnant and lactating women? Well, we know this from toxicological animal studies, and specifically multi-generation studies. And these cover all periods of human exposure, including rapid growth and development, maturation and aging, as well as reproduction, and it also covers whether these compounds would cause birth defects. So overall, we know that the exposure during the reproduction cycle, as well as the juvenile period, is taken into account. And so the ADI, we know, does cover or does apply to children and lactating mothers. Therefore, animal toxicology studies do support the safe use of low and no calorie sweeteners in these target populations. So another question I often get asked is, what happens if I exceed the acceptable daily intake? Will something adverse happen to me? So it's important to realize and understand that the ADI is not a lower bound of toxicity. As Dr. Pugh indicated, we normally apply a default factor of 100-fold to the no observed adverse effect level. But this depends on the quantity and availability of certain scientific data. And as Dr. Pugh indicated, this default factor can be reduced to a value of 10 or even less. The JECFA has indicated that because data are extrapolated from lifetime animal studies, the ADI relates to lifetime use, as I've mentioned, and provides a margin of safety large enough for toxicologists not to be concerned about short-term exposure levels exceeding the ADI. That is, providing the average intake over a longer period of time does not exceed it. So what we're saying here is that average or acute exposures above the ADI will not really cause any concern, but we have to make sure that those exposures do not go over the ADI for any period for a longer period of time. So we know from toxicology studies that low and no calorie sweeteners are some of the least toxic substances, and we're able to feed these to animals at much higher levels than would ever be anticipated from human exposure perspective. And therefore, from all of this information, we understand that day-to-day variations in intake above the ADI are therefore of little concern for human health and safety. Dr. Pugh mentioned that the risk assessment doesn't only apply to the no observed adverse effect levels and the ADI, but it's also in relationship to the exposures on a day-to-day basis that humans will come into contact with from the consumption of food and beverages. We know from the various low and no calorie sweeteners that are approved for use that these have different technological functions. Some of them are stable at high temperatures, such as sucralose, whereas aspartame is not so stable at high temperatures. And so no one sweetener will replace sugar in all different food and beverage categories. We also know that nowadays companies are beginning to blend sweeteners, so no one sweetener is usually applied to a food or beverage product. So multiple sweeteners are added. This is obviously for sensory or technological purposes, but it also provides, in some cases, synergistic properties. So when you combine sweeteners, they may increase the actual sweetness potency overall. So we know from using multiple sweeteners in various food products that the overall daily consumption to any one sweetener is going to be very low. So if we look at this from the perspective of aspartame, several studies have been conducted looking at the exposure to aspartame in a number of countries, including the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and Korea. And you can see from the chart that the no observed effect level for aspartame in animal studies is a massive 4,000 milligrams per kilogram per day. So if we apply the standard default 100-fold safety factor, we get to an ADI of 40 milligrams per kilogram body weight per day. If you look at the red bar chart on the right-hand side, the average exposure to aspartame within these three countries was only 2 to 5 milligrams per kilogram per day. And the highest user only was around 20 milligrams per kilogram per day, and so still significantly lower than the ADI. So again, this reassures us that we're not going to exceed the ADI from any one sweetener on a day-to-day basis. Again, as we've heard over the last couple of days, the hot topic regarding sweeteners is, do they cause cancer? And this has really come about following a number of studies that was conducted by Sofriti at the Ramazzini Institute in Italy back in the early 2000s with aspartame and sucralose. The Ramazzini Institute has conducted 3 lifetime studies in rodents with aspartame and 1 with sucralose. They used a rather obscure protocol where they dosed the animals over a lifetime. And so these are the only studies that are out there in the public domain which show positive results either for aspartame and sucralose. In contrast, carcinogenicity studies that have been conducted using standard Red Book guidelines or EFSA guidelines have showed no evidence of carcinogenicity. But obviously, as a result of the publication of these studies by Ramazzini, this caused a great deal of consternation and worry amongst regulatory authorities around the world. As a result, the FDA, EFSA, and Health Canada requested information be provided by the Ramazzini Institute to these regulatory authorities. And what happened was that the Ramazzini provided their histology slides as well as all of the results to these regulatory groups for their thorough evaluation. Following the thorough evaluation by these global regulatory authorities, they all came to the same conclusion that there was no credible evidence that aspartame was carcinogenic. In fact, EFSA has concluded that the data did not support the conclusions of Sofriti for either aspartame or sucralose. And as you can see in the slide here, this was the conclusion that was adopted by the EFSA following their thorough review of all of the information on aspartame, which included all of the additional information that was provided by the Ramazzini Institute. And you can see that they concluded that EFSA completes a full risk assessment on aspartame and concludes it is safe at current levels of exposure. In addition, as I mentioned, EFSA also evaluated all of the information that was provided by the Ramazzini Institute regarding the carcinogenicity study that was conducted with sucralose. They looked at this data very thoroughly again, and again the EFSA panel concluded that the available data did not support the conclusion of the authors that sucralose induced hemopoietic neoplasms in male Swiss mice. So we've heard again a lot over the last couple of days regarding both the IARC and JECFA outcomes on the evaluations of aspartame. We've heard many times that the IARC classified aspartame as being possibly carcinogenic to humans on the basis of limited evidence for cancer in humans. And as Dr. Pugh mentioned earlier, the IARC has come to a similar conclusion regarding the use of cell phones. And I just wonder how many of you here in the audience has taken the decision by IARC that cell phones possibly cause cancer into consideration when you're using your cell phone every day. I see a number of cell phones being pointed at the screen, which obviously indicates that you're not worried around the concerns related to the IARC evaluation regarding radio waves. Following the, and it's also important to remember that IARC only evaluated the information that was related to carcinogenicity. They didn't review the totality of the scientific information that the JECFA undertook in their overall risk assessment. And I gave a similar talk at a meeting in Toronto recently, and one of the members of the audience was a JECFA member, and she was also an observer at IARC. And she told me that she could not believe the fact that because studies have been published on the carcinogenicity of aspartame, that they were almost obliged to give an opinion that aspartame was possibly carcinogenic. We know that the JECFA evaluated the totality of information, and their conclusion was that the evidence of an association between aspartame consumption and cancer in humans is not convincing, and therefore they are reaffirmed that it is safe for a person to consume aspartame within the limit of 0 to 40 milligrams per kilogram body weight per day. So it's reassuring that the Joint Expert Committee of Food Additives came to the same conclusion that all of the other international global regulatory authorities came to, including the FDA, EFSA, and EFSATS. And I would like to point out here that in response to the IARC opinion, the FDA actually noted that it had identified significant shortcomings in the studies on which IARC based its conclusion, and that it disagreed with IARC's conclusion that the data support classifying aspartame as a possible carcinogen. So you have one of the most eminent regulatory authorities in the world totally disagreeing with the IARC conclusion regarding aspartame being possibly carcinogenic. I also thought it would be worthwhile putting a slide in my presentation today regarding what the American Cancer Society believe regarding the use of low and no calorie sweeteners. And their conclusion is, based upon information that they have evaluated, that there is no proof that sweeteners at the levels consumed in human diets cause cancer. However, if you look at the bottom part of this slide, it indicates quite clearly that being overweight or obese is definitely linked to an increased cancer risk. So, from my perspective, it would appear that we should be looking to reduce the levels of obesity and being overweight as a primary objective of reducing the levels of cancer, rather than indicating that aspartame, which is obviously being used within the diet to reduce calories, of indicating that it itself causes cancer, which is a little bit of an oxymoron. As I mentioned at the beginning, there's been a couple of studies published recently that aspartame also causes memory and learning deficits, which translates into future generations. And I sometimes wonder, because my wife is a Diet Coke drinker and she's been consuming aspartame now for over 35 years. And I sometimes question her whether it's drinking Diet Coke that's causing her to become a little forgetful over time. So 2 recent studies, as I mentioned, have been published in the literature, and these showed that studies in mice cause memory deficits and issues regarding learning, and that these were transmitted to through the paternal lineage into progeny, indicating that these learning deficits were heritable. And again, it never ceases to amaze me why such studies should have been conducted when there is a whole host of information in the public domain indicating that aspartame has no impact on memory, learning, and so studies in rats and mice have shown that, in fact, male mice improved their spatial learning and memory, while female rats and mice, there was no changes, and there was no changes in the pups of these treated animals, again showing no impacts in the children of the offspring of these animals. Importantly, there's been 10 studies that have been published on the effects of aspartame on learning, memory, and behavior, both in children and in adults. And all of these studies have shown very clearly that aspartame does not adversely affect learning, memory, behavior, or mood in children and adults. And EFSA, in their opinion, in 2013, concluded that there was no evidence of effects of aspartame on behavior or cognitive functions in either children or adults. Another issue that has come about over the last decade or so is that low and no calorie sweeteners affect the gut microbiome, leading to potential issues on glycemia and other health consequences. This concern originated from an article that was published in Nature by Suez et al. And in that study, they concluded that artificial sweeteners, all artificial sweeteners I should add, alter the gut microbiota, affecting blood glycemia. Again, Suez has published another study more recently in 2022, looking at effects in humans with aspartame, saccharin, sucralose, and stevia. And in this study, they used commercial tabletop products. So not pure materials. They used the packets that you see in the supermarkets, which contains pretty much 99% maltodextrin. So they used these materials in their studies. And again, they showed that these sweeteners affected both the microbiome and glycemia. However, upon thorough evaluation of these studies, a significant number of limitations were noted, which calls into question the outcomes within those publications. The first is that they didn't administer the same amount of calories to the animals or the humans in both studies, so they weren't really controlled properly. They also dosed the animals at levels significantly greater than the acceptable daily intake for those sweeteners. So again, these were not relevant from a human safety perspective. And lastly, as I mentioned, they also used commercial tabletop products, when in reality they should have been using pure compounds. This was a table I lifted from a publication that was published back in 2021, and it covers 26 publications looking at the effects of low and no calorie sweeteners on the gut microbiota. And what the authors indicated was that only 4 of these 26 studies was conducted without any confounding factors. So as I said, the doses were either too high, they didn't have appropriate control values, or they used inappropriate materials. So only 2 of these studies out of the 26 studies showed any effects in reality on the gut microbiota. In contrast, over the last several years, to counteract some of these publications that are out there in the public domain, there's been 3 gold standard double-blind controlled clinical trials that have been conducted on aspartame, sucralose, and saccharin. And all of these studies failed to identify any impact on the gut microbiota. And similarly, these studies showed no effect on blood glycemia. Also, these studies were conducted at realistic daily exposure levels, at levels up to and including the acceptable daily intake for these sweeteners. And as such, these double-blind, placebo-controlled studies really refute all of the information that's previously been published by Suez et al. And other publishers looking at the effects of sweeteners on the gut microbiome. And in fact, as Dr. Pugh mentioned, the European Food Safety Authority is undertaking a current re-evaluation of all sweeteners. And it was interesting, in their guidance on the re-evaluation process for sweeteners, they said relevant studies on gut microbiota in humans will be considered and described in a narrative approach, whereas studies on gut microbiota in animals will not be considered in the assessment. They also went on to state that it noted that changes in the composition of the gut microbiota without measuring a specific health outcome is difficult to interpret. So what the EFSA said is they're not going to evaluate any studies that are submitted looking at just the changes in microbiota that you see in animals. And even if you show changes in the microbiota of human subjects following the administration of low and no calorie sweeteners, this has to be linked to a health outcome. And at this moment in time, therefore, EFSA doesn't consider these studies to be of great relevance to the safety evaluation of low and no calorie sweeteners. We must also remember that we cannot lump all sweeteners together just because they perform a sweetness function and they react with the sweet taste receptor on the tongue. We can't lump all of these together in causing the same effects because the molecules are very different. And as Dr. Pugh mentioned, they're all handled in the body very differently. For example, we know that aspartame is hydrolyzed in the gut down to its amino acid components, whereas saccharin is absorbed 100%. It goes in as a saccharin and is then excreted in the urine as saccharin, whereas sucralose is not absorbed and is eliminated pretty much 100% in the feces. So in reality, it's inappropriate to lump all of the sweeteners together as one group because they all undergo different metabolic processes. It's also important to mention that scientific evidence indicates that it's not one component of the diet which really has a significant impact on the gut microbiota. It's the diet as a whole. So, for example, subjects who consume more plant-like products and have more fiber in their diet will have a greater microbiota diversity than somebody that eats mainly a meat or has a carnivore diet. So it is the diet per se which has more ramifications on the overall gut microbiota than any one individual component of the diet. So the overall outcome of all of this information is that currently the published scientific literature provides no clear evidence that any pure low and no calorie sweetener, and I mention pure because studies were done on the tabletop product, none of these pure products alters the gut microbiota in humans at permitted human intake levels. And as a result, because there's no impact on the gut microbiota, there can be no adverse health consequences as a result of this. The last part of my presentation today, I just want to cover the novel technologies that we've heard about. And I want to relate this purely to stevioglycosides. We heard from the sessions this morning how stevioglycosides, specific rubodiosides, are now manufactured through different technologies. And they're not only, the reason being that they cannot be extracted from the plant in high enough concentrations to make them commercially viable. So stevioglycosides can be produced via a concept that we call bioconversion. Really, this is enzymatic conversion. And so what happens here is that stevioglycosides extracted from the leaf are reacted with enzymes that are produced from genetically modified organisms such as Pichia pastoris or E. coli. And these enzymes then convert those stevioglycosides into compounds that have better sensory qualities like rubodioside D and rubodioside M. We have to understand that the organisms that are used to produce these enzymes are standard organisms that are used in the food industry. And we also have to understand that the genes that are incorporated into these organisms come from non-toxigenic and non-pathogenic backgrounds. So in reality, there's no safety concerns either regarding the organism or the gene source in the production process, the bioconversion process. And a great deal of research has gone into showing that the products of bioconversion are identical to the products that are manufactured in the leaf and extracted from the leaf. And all of these materials all meet the current JECFA specifications. And importantly, lastly but not least, specific studies, evaluations, analysis has been conducted to show that there's no enzyme or recombinant DNA that is present in the final product. And this is the analysis that is conducted to assure us of this, includes both protein analysis and PCR analysis. Similarly, for fermentation, stevioglycosides are produced from genetically modified organisms such as Saccharomyces cerevisiae or Yarrowia lipolytica. Again, these organisms are standard organisms that are used in food production processes. They are both genetically modified to incorporate proteins and enzymes involved in the manufacture of stevioglycosides, which are identical to the synthetic processes that occur naturally in the leaves of Stevia rhododendrona. So again, there's no difference in the overall production process, whether it be in the plant or within genetically modified organisms. And again, detailed analysis has been conducted to show that these materials are identical to those within the leaf and that there's no recombinant DNA or protein in the final material, showing that there's no contamination from the GM source. So on the right-hand side of the slide, this shows some detailed chromatography that has been conducted on those fermentation products. And it shows quite clearly when you overlay materials that are extracted from the leaf with those that are produced via fermentation, that these materials are identical. We've obviously indicated that these products contain no protein or RNA, rDNA impurities, and that these materials are all metabolized in an identical manner. So the materials that are produced via bioconversion or by fermentation have been evaluated in vitro metabolic systems, which show they are all metabolized very similarly. And this is why the JECFA back in 2021 published a framework establishing the safety of stevioglycosides that are manufactured by all of these different technologies, indicating their safety. And so overall, based upon these new technologies that indicates that the materials meet JECFA specifications, we can categorically say that these materials are all safe. So this finally leads me to my conclusions following all of these concerns regarding potential myths about the safety of low and no calorie sweeteners. We know that a large body of toxicological evidence has been generated to support the safety of these sweeteners, and this has been evaluated by all of the leading regulatory authorities around the world. And they all have come to the same conclusion, that these materials are safe. While publications still occur calling into question the safety of these materials regarding possible health effects related to cancer or memory loss or effects on the gut microbiota, in all of these cases, they've all been evaluated and looked at by these regulatory authorities, and they all continue to support the safety of these low and no calorie sweeteners, independent of the manufacturing processes that are put in place to make them. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashley, for sharing the facts, breaking myth with science. And you also mentioned about the other topics such as the novel methods like bioconversion and fermentation for the stevioglycosides. Now we take the questions for Dr. Ashley. Yes, please, you have a question. Please identify yourself also.
Hi, Dr. Ashley. This is Sumit from Artinchi. I run a sugar-free dessert startup. We do use actually stevia and also use erythritol. And I wanted your views on, there's some recent controversy around erythritol in general. So what's your view on erythritol as a sweetener to use?
Again, I didn't cover erythritol in my talk today because it's a polyol and not a low and no calorie sweetener. But again, I would like to come back to the viewpoint that a great deal of information has been generated regarding the safety of erythritol in terms of animal and clinical studies, and this has been evaluated by all of the leading regulatory authorities in the world. And even though we see some publications calling into question these materials, this has not resulted in any regulatory authority taking any regulatory action regarding erythritol. So from my perception, even though we see these publications coming out in the public domain from time to time, in reality, when we look at it in terms of the totality of the evidence supporting safety, it has no impact on the safety of the ingredient.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah, here's one question.
Yeah, please. Please
Myself,
yeah.
Jyoti Arora. I'm working as a Chief Dietitian in All India Institute of Ayurveda. My question is, we are actually too much focusing on safety and the calorie aspect of the artificial sweeteners. But chemosensing is not only happening in the tongue and the buccal cavity, but it also is happening inside the gut through the G protein couple receptors in the anterior endocrine cells, which is not only having the incretin effect through GI peptides, but also is having the appetite regulation and satiety regulation through cholecystokinin, as well as through the PYY. Other incretin effect also is happening because of that. So I just want to understand, we will also have to consider the other chemosensory pathways modulation and the neurophysiological and the other physiological impact happening because of artificial sweeteners competitive environment creation while we are ingesting it with the other sugar based articles. As I have seen and I have experienced in my patient, the patient are complaining about the satiety issues and more of the you can say the more of the fullness and the more satisfaction out of the food, which they really normally getting with the full sugar based food, even if taken from the natural sugars. That's one thing. The another thing which I really want to add on here in this is the hyperactivation definitely happens when you're taking too much of the sugar. But when you're not taking the enough sugar, then hyperactivation also can happen because the dopamine also is getting secreted in the gut, which is also happening and which is also having the pleasure while where we are driving through the food. So I think we should also consider all these, the beneficial effect of the sugar. So we should not replace sugar entirely with the artificial sweetener, and we should not advocate so strongly artificial sweetener to replace it the sugar as an calorie free kind of a alternative. So that's, I just want to know your take on that. Thank you.
I agree 100%. I don't believe that low and no calorie sweeteners will ever replace sugar 100%. We heard this morning that from a technological standpoint, low and no calorie sweeteners cannot support all of the other functions that sugar provides. However, I think we need to take into consideration the fact that here in India, there's over 100 million people suffering from diabetes, and that the increase over the last couple of years has been really immense. So I think there is a place in Indian society for low and no calorie sweeteners in terms of reducing the calorie intake. I agree that it's very difficult to replace sugar, and researchers are looking for the holy grail in terms of finding a sweetener that can actually replace sugar 100%. But that, I feel, is a long way off. But I do believe 100% that there is a real place in society now for reducing the levels of sugar in our diet, because that is having a real adverse consequence on the health of people, specifically here in India, as well as the rest of the world.
Thank you so much. But why I ask this question is because my main concern is that we are actually not allowing sugar to be placed as a nutrient in recommended dietary allowances in our day-to-day intake, while it is also having the good physiological and chemosensing effects on our body. So that is the reason I have asked this question. So I think we should have a balanced view in a positive as well as a negative ways for the sugar in that sense, so that we can decide ourselves about what should be and how much should be the sugar intake in our day-to-day life. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any other question we have? Okay. Okay then, thank you very much, Dr. Ashley. Thank you so much. Now, may I request Dr. Rajiv Chawla to please grace the dais. Dr. Rajiv Chawla is MD and he is the Senior Diabetologist and Director, North Delhi Diabetes and Cardiac Center, Deepali, New Delhi. Dr. Rajiv has trained at Diabetes and Endocrinology Center of Western New York and is an approved DNB teacher and guide for 25 years. Dr. Rajiv has authored 10 books, is recipient of 18 orations, has 101 papers and publications to his credit, and was awarded V. Parmeshwara Lifetime Achievement Award by API in 2015. May I now request Dr. Rajiv Chawla to please deliver his address. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for all those kind words, sir. At the outset, I am extremely thankful to this organizing committee of the symposium, International Symposium on Unlocking Reformulations, for this opportunity. Task assigned to me is to discuss about leveraging sweeteners in Indian perspective, diet and lifestyle management. So I'm sorry that I'm speaking after Robert and there is going to be a lot of overlap, but what I'll try to do is I'll try to put the medical side of that much more emphatically and firmly. So flow of my session will be first to discuss the sugars which are major source of calorie intake today. NNS, a sugar-free alternative to cut down added sugar. Someone said that let's not replace sugars 100%. I totally agree with that because there are so many natural sources of sugar on which we bank upon and those are going to add a lot of value. Some consultant for me is talking about, I'm happy talking about incretin and GLP-1 values and the impact of sugars and the negative impacts of artificial sweetener. So I'll also try to clear myths around the use of NNS and health outcomes of NNS and what is the current status of its use as per the regulatory authorities. We all agree there is a need for limiting dietary sugars and recommended intake of added sugars. Today we are in a dual era. Not only we are fighting obesity, we are fighting diabetes and we are fighting diabetes together, which is the mother of all diseases together. All NCDs, you believe me, are actually driven through obesity or through a common soil hypothesis which drives obesity and type 2 disease together, or a metabolic syndrome or a cardio-dysmetabolic syndrome. So it is the high intake of sugars which are associated with sort of poor quality of diet, what we say is a poor quality diet, which increases obesity and risk of NCDs including diabetes or CVD or all cardiovascular disorders. So the clear recommendation by WHO, we are going to discuss so many recommendations of WHO and various authorities, regulatory authorities on NSS. But let's see what WHO says about intake of added sugars. Adults and children should reduce their intake to less than 10%. And if we can ensure that it can go down to less than 5%, that means roughly 25 gram, which is about 6 teaspoons per day, probably it will add lot of health benefits. So American Heart says that let it be less than 6% of total calories coming from any sugar source. That is why we are here to discuss whether we can have some safe alternative to sugar so as to cut down overall calories coming from the sugars. Sugars we know are caloric, and the best things are these are sweet tasting. That is why we are fighting to cut down sugars, to cut down carbohydrates which occur widely in nature. Even if you are not taking a direct refined sugar or glucose, almost all your food items, they have to some extent complex carbohydrates, may it be vegetables, may it be simple milk without sugar or anything else. So the type of sugars, it is monosaccharide, disaccharide or oligosaccharides. Monosaccharides are typical monomers which are immediately absorbed. Patient is into hypo, you just put 15 gram sugar into the mouth or glucose in the mouth, immediately within 15 minutes sugar comes up, because these are monomers which are directly absorbed, and these are glucose, fructose and galactose. Disaccharides are which have two molecules combined together, and these are sucrose, lactose or maltose, and oligosaccharides which have at least 3 to 9 compounds attached together, so absorption gets delayed, and these are typical like fructose rich corn syrups. So aim is today to reduce intake of sugar. Unfortunately, there has been a sudden increase in oral glucose or oral sugar intake over 25 years. Not only it has happened in India, it has happened globally, although unfortunately we are still consuming about 25 kg per person per year, which is much more than what Caucasians or what people outside consume. It is almost 2 kg lesser there. But overall, if you see, there is a almost 151% increase in intake of white sugar consumption, which happens on daily basis. Early days it was 22 gram in 2000, not very old, and 2010 it is already about 55 grams. So there is already an increase in oral sugar or oral overall calorie intake coming from the sugar in India, and calorie intake due to added sugars from common Indian foods which are very, very common, very, very palatable. Sucrose, glucose, fructose are the most common one, and each contributes about 4 kilocalories per gram. So any sugar, simple sugar, you take 5 gram, it gets you about 20 calories. And the various sources are whether you consume direct sugar, honey or brown sugar or jaggery, almost it is like most of our patient will say, can I have jaggery or can I add other than glucose, maybe brown sugar or maybe honey, but it amounts to almost the same. Only difference may be if you have a complex carbohydrate, the absorption is delayed, so it may not have a immediate excursion into the glucose. Bakery products are very bad that way, cakes, biscuits and chocolates. So are the processed foods like all cereals or sauces or even aerated beverages are probably the worst source of calories, and these are something like empty calories which are just giving simple calories without any nutritive value to that. So other forms of added sugar could be, I told you, high fructose corn syrup, cane sugar or lactose, maltose, depending on the type of food which you are consuming. The calories present in common Indian foods are extremely disheartening. Simple besan burfis, 2 small pieces could get you 400 calories. I try to walk almost 10,000 steps a day. I have not been able to lose even 3 or 4 kg over last 1 year, possibly because of the fact that one small thing after lunch or dinner gets you almost 400 calories. So you hardly burn 400 calories when you walk 10,000 steps, but a simple shrikhand or maybe half bowl of halwa, we just had some dessert here also post lunch, adds almost 300 calories. That is why in spite of your constant effort, although there are going to be benefits with exercise, it reduces overall excursion of anti-inflammatory agents, oxidative stress goes down, lot of down regulation of your counter-regulatory hormones, meditation, yoga, everything helps. But simple small amount of half cup of any dessert for that matter undoes the entire benefit which might come otherwise exercise. So there are adverse effects of high intake sugars on health. Not only it is going to add to your weight, it is going to increase your obesity, your hypertension, your CVD. Worst thing is your insulin resistance. resistance into adipose tissue and muscles, not to allow your own insulin. If you are obese, it is not that you are deficient in insulin, you are already producing higher amount of insulin. Only problem is that you are not able to use your own insulin into your muscles and into the adipose tissue, which can be used as calories and which can be burnt. So it is actually insulin resistance which is the core defect. Whether you are obese, whether you are diabetic, whether you are a pre-diabetic, all these things are run through insulin resistance. NAFLD, these days we are talking about NASH, you must have heard, chronic liver disease without consuming alcohol. Many of our female patients, those who are obese, those are at almost end stage of liver disease. They have never taken alcohol. It is all because of obesity, insulin resistance into the liver, which is contributing towards cirrhosis. What today we say it is NAFLD. Let that stigma of NAFLD, which is non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, why to 10 Jan that whether you ask them you are taking alcohol, which may be very, very difficult, or a female. So they say it is NAFLD, metabolic associated fatty liver disease, and new term coined is MASLD now. It is metabolic associated steatohepatitis, fat into the liver coming as a result of insulin resistance. Even dental caries is very, very common. Gut dysbiosis is beautifully addressed to that issue. I'll be just touching upon, and diseases like gout, pancreatic cancer and kidney diseases are much more common in obesity. Forget about NNS or sugar. It is obesity which is carrying all these diseases together. If you say one mother disease which can increase CVD, which can increase NCD, which can increase all cancers together, it is only obesity. So that is why we are talking of reduction of calories by substituting it with NNS. And unfortunately, these are 2021 figures. Every 1 second, every 5 seconds, you have one death coming because of diabetes. 6.7 million deaths globally in 1 year time. And there are already 537 million people living with diabetes. These days we don't label them diabetic, we tell them people living with diabetes so that they don't carry that stigma. And unfortunately 3 in 4 are into countries like India. And I must give you, these are 2 years old figures. Lancet Endocrinology, June publication. There are 101 million people living with diabetes in India, but much more alarming is 136 million pre-diabetes patients. So it is something like sitting on a time bomb. All those pre-diabetes patients are likely to get converted to type 2 diabetes over next 5 to 10 years. This is the natural course of the disease. In spite of your best efforts, half of them are going to get converted. You may do anything. So you need to cut down on calories. You need to increase exercise amount. You need to reduce obesity overall. You can reduce the number of conversion from pre-diabetes to type 2 diabetes. 101 million people with diabetes, 136 million likely to get converted to diabetes over next 5 to 10 years, and those are pre-diabetes. They are pre-diabetes because their fasting is still between 100 to 126. They are not normal. Their post meal is still 140 to 199. They are not normal. Anyone who has more than 200 milligram or fasting more than 126 will be labeled as having type 2 diabetes. So let's see what are 3 core ways we can address management of type 2 diabetes. Diet and exercise probably goes a long way. The most important pillar is diet and exercise. Exercise for at least 150 minutes a week. At least 5 to 6 consecutive days, not with gaps, because it serves no purpose. And most important thing is to have a balanced diet based on your overall activity profile. If you are, say, running 45 minutes or an hour, you can consume safely up to 1800 to 2000 calories. If you are absolutely inert, you are not doing any amount of physical exercise, even 1500 calories is going to make you obese. Of course, oral drugs, fortunately now this is not the platform to discuss the drugs, but we have very safe drugs like GLP-1 receptor agonist and SGLT2 inhibitor, which can actually promote weight gain. That is why today in the hierarchy they are the first line option after metformin. Gone are the days when we were advocating only sulfonylureas or insulin. Those are last option these days, because we are primarily talking of diabetes, not talking of only getting a glycemic control. So these days it is a holistic management. We are not talking of only glucose numbers coming down. We are talking of weight reduction along with the drugs. Exercise, which has to be part of the holistic treatment, and of course insulin therapy. So here is a balanced diet for a healthy lifestyle by ICMR or National Institute of Nutrition. A typical concept of thali, many of you must be diet consultant, I'm not here to teach you that, but 50% has to come from vegetable and from the fruits, roughly 400 grams from vegetable, maybe 100 to 150 grams of fruit. If you're a diabetic, we can allow up to 200 to 250 gram, but then 1/4 has to come from cereals and remaining from maybe nuts and maybe other sources. Fat content has to be very, very light, and salt intake has to be very, very low. You can consume up to 3 to 5 grams salt if you are not hypertensive, you already have an incipient heart failure, you're already having fluid overload situation, you already have diabetic nephropathy set in, you will have to reduce your salt to 2 to 3 gram lest you go into fluid retention and heart failure. So ICMR guidelines for type 2 diabetes clearly spelling 55 to 60% of total energy has to be from carbohydrate. Mind it, these are complex carbohydrate. We are not encouraging pastries and cakes and those things which are very, very direct source of, you already seen complex carbohydrate structure in oligosaccharides. And fiber content has to be very, very high, close to 40 gram. Not only it will reduce your glycemic excursion, your obesity will go down, your lipids will come down, and you will not have regular constipation. And about 15% has to come from protein. These could be lean meats or low fat milk or maybe curds, pulses or peas something, and maybe supplementation of cereal pulse, which is 4:1 mixture. I'm not going to go into the detail. Fat content has to be not more than 25%, ideally close to 20, and there also it has to be blending of fats. Saturated fat less than 1/3, mofa pufa combined together in the best ratio, and overall no intake of trans fats which are carcinogenic, much more carcinogenic than theoretically talking about even NNS. Salt, I told you, less than 3 gram if you already have a fluid overload situation. Alcohol, if not stopping in moderation, ideal is to avoid for females not more than 1, that is 30 ml, and for males not more than 60 ml. And sweeteners, again, that is what I am highlighting in moderation. Not that every meal you add some sweetener and you increase the amount, what he very rightly said, ADI and average intake. So average intake, ideally, fortunately, it is already 10% roughly or 8% of ADI. ADI is already 100% lesser as compared to your toxicological doses. So that puts NNS in a very, very safe position. So let's come to sugar substitute, which are alternative to cut down sugars. No way we are talking of weight management. No way we are saying that you totally go on sugar-free diet and take only NNS. We are talking of reduction in calories through reduction in sugars. These are alternative sweeteners which are called sugar substitutes. Two kinds of sweeteners are available: nutritive, which provides little calories, and non-nutritive, which are absolutely something like 0 calories. So these are two kinds. Nutritive ones are sucrose, fructose, dextrose, high fructose corn syrup, honey, maltose. Non-nutritives are, obviously we are talking of NNS, aspartame, stevia, saccharin, or maybe asulfame, potassium, or sucralose. So the journey of discovery, if you follow them, these are available since almost 200 years. Saccharin was the first one as early as 1879, but unfortunately one single case control study has put it in on the back that it could be carcinogenic. After that, it has not been evaluated in randomized controlled trials. Stevia is there since 1931, and aspartame since 1965, and sucralose since 1976. Neotame is there since 1992. The various characteristics, I'll not go into the details, but just to touch upon, saccharin is often found as a sodium salt of an organic acid. Its sweetening value is very, very high. That is why very, very little amount can make it over sweetened, almost 300 to 600 times more sweetened than the sucrose, and acceptable daily intake is 5 milligram per kg per day. It is not metabolized, fortunately, it goes unchanged. So is stevia, which consists of steviol glycosides, again 250 to 300 times sweeter than sucrose. 4 milligram is the equivalent dose and these glycosides are metabolized to steviol, which are excreted in the urine, hardly doing any harm into the systemic circulation. Aspartame, that controversy is already discussed, consists of a methyl ester of 2 amino acids, aspartic acid and phenylalanine. Only contraindicated if you have phenylketonuria, a situation where you cannot metabolize phenylalanine. So otherwise, almost 40 milligram, which is very, very high dose, safety margin we are saying, ADI could be as high as 40 milligram per kg per day, and you hardly consume 2.5 or 5 milligram on daily basis. And so is sucralose, which is a disaccharide. To me, it seems to be one of the safest that way, because it is a sort of natural sugar. It is a disaccharide made from sucrose, 400 to 800 times sweeter, and it is again minimally metabolized, excreted unchanged. It has again good safety value because ADI is 5 milligram per kg per day and safe to consume. So compounds are many times sweeter than sucrose. That is why quantity to be used is very, very less. It provides sweetness with little or no calories at all, depending on the compound which you are using. Good thing is these are not fermented to acid by oral bacteria, so that risk of dental caries which may be there with anything, any pastries, chocolates, candies. My wife is a dental surgeon. Every other day she's scolding those kids and the parents that they are consuming so much amount of simple sugars and these bakery products. That is why your children are getting caries so early. So if you are consuming NNS, that is an advantage. That risk of caries is very, very less, and they are added in very, very small quantity. This slide you have already seen. So all regulatory bodies, the global regulatory bodies, have approved the use of these artificial NNS after reviewing the entire toxicological data and the safety data. I'll tell you the calculation how it is done, how ADI also uses a 100-fold safety factor. This is how it is calculated, the safety of sweeteners and level of exposure. So already based on the animal data, we bring it down to 100% less. So if it was 4000, he has shown 40 milligram, we are only allowing as ADI, and average intake is already less than 5 milligram. So that is how it comes out to be very, very safe. We are not saying that you consume entire 6 sachets or pouches or tablets in one meal, because then there could be a high level. Fortunately, we consume maybe 2 to 3 cups of teas or coffee or maybe milk or buttermilk, where we may add, and maybe 1 or 2 beverages which may be something like diet coke or something. So overall consumption, fortunately in our country, is not much. Of course, certain teenagers which we need to discourage. It is not that if it is prepared as a diet coke you can have in plenty, because there are so many other things. You are already adding calories, you are not doing huge amount of exercise, you are not burning those calories, so that is going to increase insulin resistance. This is how a NOAEL is determined. No observed adverse effect level. That means at highest dose there will not be any side effects at all, and from there we do this calculation. I already told you ADI is calculated. If it is 4000 milligram per kg per day, so it is 100 times less, calculating 10 by 10 factor, 10 for animal versus human, and 10 again accounting for someone are fast metabolizer, someone are slow metabolizer. So there also we are already discounting by giving 10% of the dose. So it comes out to be very, very safe. So this is again an example how aspartame consumption is compared with the ADI, and what he said, average consumption is even much lesser. So it comes out to be very, very safe. And these are safe level of consumption within ADI, again different. I'll not go into the detail. I already told you that phenylketonuria, there of course you need to be cautious, because there this cannot be used because it is a combination of aspartic acid. So health outcomes, again when we are talking of weight reduction and maintenance, it is here the role of sweeteners may come, so as to reduce calorie intake, so as to reduce calories coming from direct sugars, so as to prevent increase in weight, so that we can reduce insulin resistance, so that we can, and of course exercise and lifestyle has to continue, so that we can cut down on overall diabetes, or all those who are pre-diabetic, probably we may do some benefit to them by not getting converted into type 2 diabetes. If one thing which can go a long way in preventing pre-diabetes to diabetes is One is reduce oral sugar intake, one, lesser fat in a very, very balanced diet. I told you less than 25%, and that too blending of fats has to be there. And third most important thing, although Caucasian data says that 30 minutes of exercise is good enough, 5 days at least 150 minutes per week, but Indian guidelines, Asian guideline, Dr. Anup Mishra topics you must have read many times. He advocates that it has to be 60 minutes minimum for Asians, because we tend to develop diabetes at much lower BMI. We are thin fat Indians. We belong to a Asian phenomena. It is thin fat. We are not fat, but still we are obese. Our BMI 23 is equivalent to 25 what is there in Caucasian or English people. So we tend to develop diabetes right moment your BMI is more than 23. We are not even obese as per English criteria, but Asian criteria is moment you are 23 plus, you are already overweight. 25 your BMI, 27 is morbid, and 20 and 30 is very, very morbid, bad obesity or severe obesity. So we have a very small frame. We tend to develop these complications almost 2 decades earlier as compared to the Caucasian patient. Our risk of developing CVD or cardiovascular disease is much higher as compared to the Caucasian. So we need to be much more cautious. We need to be much more physically active, and need to be taking much lesser calories depending on our overall requirement and the frame. NNS in weight management, observational studies you already discussed say that this increases weight. So lot of myths have come over last few years. NNS increasing weight, increasing appetite and hunger, and increasing that sweet cravings. Randomized control trials, which are much better trial in terms of quality of evidence which comes from a randomized control trial, especially if these are double blinded versus the controls where you are not sure what your patient or what your population is taking. And randomized control trials have said NSS may support weight loss and maintenance by reducing intake of sugar, and that makes sense. If you are consuming, say, very less amount of sweetener, we are cutting on calories, maybe we are reducing our calorie intake from 55 gram on daily basis to 25 gram, there is no reason we should gain weight. So I think that way these randomized control trials have more strength, more evidence to say that at least you can have a weight control by reducing the calorie intake. Again, 2 of the RCTs with stevia and with aspartame, different studies, weight maintenance was observed with daily stevia. In the aspartame study, study 2, again there was positive association between weight loss and aspartame, although even both the groups, control group and the group which was on aspartame, they had weight reduction. That happens in every study. Moment you motivate a patient to do simple exercise, to take less, whether they are on sweetener or non-sweetener, some amount of weight reduction by that motivation and inspiration will come. So both arms lost weight, but the aspartame arm had a more positive correlation with weight loss. Meta-analysis of all these studies may not interest you, so I'll be just touching upon RCTs, no association with NNS intake and increase in body weight and BMI. Observational studies said, few studies, that positive association between NNS intake and slightly increase in BMI, especially if you are consuming throughout the day very high amount of NNS. Again, certain prospective cohort studies said that there is a positive correlation between NNS and weight gain, and cross-section also said the same thing. So epidemiological data have been again very, very inconsistent. I think we need to have prospective randomized control trials in a which has to be multicentric, double-blinded in, say, in a very larger population to answer these questions. But facts that it has been reviewed by what he said, American Cancer Society, US FDA, which are one of the most stringent regulatory bodies on the earth. If they have said that you can continue, probably we have to go with that evidence, because they have reviewed the entire toxicological data and the entire cohort studies which are available. Effect of NNS on hyperglycemia, not true, but definitely if you see the trajectory, some amount of glucose reduction will happen when you are definitely consuming NNS instead of taking direct sugar. So if you are taking otherwise 50 gram of sugar on daily basis and you cut it down to 50%, add NNS, definitely some amount of glucose regulation will happen. But these are not truly the drugs to reduce your sugar. We are just trying to reduce or we are trying to reduce that excursion by replacing your sugar calories with NNS, and these are because not metabolized by oral microorganism, so preventing dental caries, I already told you, and these have positive influences on the microbial composition of oral mucosa. Dr. V. Mohan, we had a last meeting here somewhere in June or July. After that, has already published one study, and I think that is quoted in this, where he has shown that there was no negative impact on microbiota. Actually, there was a positive impact on microbiota, and oral gums and oral mucosa was much better after NNS as compared to oral glucose intake. So, myth is that NS is associated with developing any cancer. Fact is that whether you talk about 2006 NCI data, which has examined the human data, and they've also looked into the entire population over last many years, have finally concluded that there is no risk of development of lymphoma, leukemia or brain cancers, and evidence suggests that there is no association of NS with any cancer development, especially when we are talking of steviol glycosides or sucralose, which are supposed to be absolutely safe. Aspartame, of course, there has been one controversy. I'll be discussing that. Again, the myth is that it will disturb the gut microbiota, so it will increase chances of having that bad gut syndrome, or you may say dysmetabolism. But fact is that human study, which this is what I was quoting to, reported that daily intake of pure sucralose or aspartame in doses reflective of typically high consumption has very minimal effect on the gut microbiota, so there is no harm done. Again, a myth is that it should not be used by kidney patient. You see here the National Kidney Foundation guide, which advocates that to prevent calories you may go on sweeteners. So the facts are different, myths are created by few random data coming from here and there. So NNS are, of course, these are, once we are comparing it with oral sugars are likely to increase CKD, but if you compare it with NNS, there is no increase in worsening of CKD, whether diabetic or non-diabetic patient. This is the report which created a lot of controversy, got published in May. WHO advises not to use non-sugar sweeteners for weight control in newly released guidelines. We are not advocating, believe me, as a physician or as a diabetologist, this as a weight control drug. For weight control, we have many more effective drugs. I told you GLP-1 receptor agonist, SGLT2 inhibitor, metformin, the first line option in all patients with diabetes or even at pre-diabetes stage. So we are not saying that you use it as primarily for weight reduction. You start with diet, you start with exercise and follow with them for calorie reduction with NNS rather than giving them direct sugars. Randomized clinical trial showed that small reduction in body weight actually might happen, and NSS helps in reducing energy intake. I have already told you that prospective cohort study suggests that NSS intake is associated with increased body weight and increased risk of type 2 diabetes. But again, WHO went back and looked into that. We had a national consensus where again we advocated that evidence has a lot of confounding factors. Baseline populations are different. The type of NNS use, you cannot generalize. He very rightly said NNS doesn't mean everything. It is not every molecule is saccharin or aspartame. There are many more safe molecules also, and this we have been using for good 100 years now. So WHO review says that short-term RCT showed consuming NS had a reduction in body weight and BMI, although certain cohorts, prospective small studies or observational studies have shown that there could be an increased risk of weight gain and type 2 diabetes. And this you already addressed to IRCA news on aspartame and cancer. I'll not go into the details except that it is again saying that there could be a little increased risk. It is likely that it is potentially carcinogenic, but you see the JEFCA report, it completed a detailed risk assessment and included that data evaluated indicated no sufficient reason to change the previously established acceptable daily intake. Again, we are talking about ADI and average intake, which is much lesser. So there also it said that you may continue aspartame in the safe way. Thank you very much for your patience listening. You have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Yeah, thank you. Doctor, please take the seat. As usual, Dr. Chawla's explanation of diet and style and role of diabetes and importance of sweeteners, particularly the NSS, is exemplary. Now, if there are any questions, we'll take the questions. Yes, yes sir. Dr. Ashley.
Why do you think the rate of increase in the incidence of diabetes has been so high in India in comparison to other countries in the world?
I'm happy you came out with this question, $1 million question. No one can exactly answer what it is. There is a 50 gene hypothesis, 50 genotype and phenotype. We people, unfortunately, I'm not happy to share that we have been living with starvation for hundreds of years. Genes have not changed over 100 years. So it is said that if you are born poor, it is better you stay poor. If you are born out of starvation, if you have had IUGR or growth retardation while you were in utero and you have a catch-up growth, you tend to develop adolescent obesity, which increases chance of getting all NCDs. I told you that we have a very small frame as compared to Caucasian. There is a very good YY paradox, which is available as a slide on internet. Yudkin and Yagnik. Yagnik is a Pune scientist, one of the international scientists produced by India, a diabetologist, a senior colleague of ours. Yudkin is a European. Almost 2004, I think that study was done. It is on the net. 20 years ago, both had a BMI of 19, 22. They were absolutely normal. Yudkin is very tall, typical European. Yagnik is small, but BMI is less than 23. Absolutely lean and thin. Even now, at the age of 70, he is lean and thin. But the amount of visceral fat Yudkin has is almost 1.5 times than the European scientists. So unfortunately, we are born out of those starvation conditions. Over the years, we are now having urbanization. Our food culture has changed, economy has changed. So there is a rapid increase in urbanization. So our active lifestyle has gone, but our genes are still very poor for that matter. So we are not yet adopted to that lifestyle which European or American are enjoying. So moment we take extra calories, we don't do exertion, we have extra stress and strain, there is an increase in counter-regulatory hormone, we tend to develop diabetes. Diabetes in India develops almost in third to fourth decade, almost 2 decades prior to Caucasian. Now it is a known fact. Coronary artery disease here comes almost 15 years earlier as compared to Caucasians. And so is the risk of stroke, PVD, gangrene, amputation, neuropathy. So unfortunately, we are not only in this country born with mosquitoes and flies to enjoy with, we are also born with a metabolism which is yet not adopted to that American or Caucasian metabolism. Maybe after 100 years, our genes are evolving. So even our BMI that time may be normal as 25 or 27. Today with a small frame, with that genetic predisposition, we are at a much greater risk for developing type 2 diabetes, put it very simply.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the Eskimo Indians that live in the north is exactly the same. Yeah,
type 2 diabetes.
Huge incidence
highest incidence of diabetes in the world.
Yes. So, I mean, is there any chance of looking into the genetic makeup of the two populations to see if they're similar or
it is almost similar. Yeah. We have almost the similar factors.
Yeah, thank you. We take any other hands raised?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Hi, good afternoon, good evening. I'm Venkatesh from Heldiram, and while what you're saying probably right now that, you know, our past couple of 100 years, we've gone through starvation or, you know, not the resources not being available, let's put it that way. But if you look at the human species overall, we were, you know, hunters and gatherers and not really the agricultural, and everything came much later. So your body was designed that you would probably find food for one day which you would hunt, and then for many days you would go without food. Today, and it's not just India but globally, we are in a constant fed state.
Overfed state.
Overfed state, right? So you wake up and the normal
Heavy
households, you'll have
breakfast,
something, and then
everything.
breakfast, and then you step into the office or school, wherever, you have another break, you eat something, you finish a meeting, and again, okay, let's have tea. With tea, you again are having something. So the glucose levels are always spiking up, and they don't have a chance to come down. So which is again, developing the insulin resistance and your inflammation in the body, which finally manifests as diabetes and other inflammation is the biggest marker, as you were saying as well. So what is now many of the so-called famous dietitians that you would hear, they would say that you should have smaller meals at regular intervals, whereas our traditional wisdom, Ayurveda, says from sunrise to sunset, finish everything in between, have just 2 or 3 meals at the most. So where does one, as a normal lay person, what should he or she do? Is it something that what works for you? You listen to your body, that you only eat when you're hungry. That's another study which is there, that you only eat when you're hungry. It's not that it's 8 o'clock, it's breakfast time, you start having breakfast. It's not lunchtime, step out and start having lunch. But you listen to your body, which I guess most of us and all of us have stopped doing. So you eat only when you're hungry and not otherwise.
I'll give you the science behind that. I'm not a consultant dietitian. Many more will answer it better, but I give you the science. Why I said that if you are born poor, genetically I'm saying, not money-wise, if you are born poor genetically, it is better you stay poor. You don't have a catch-up growth. There is a science behind that. If you have IGR in the mother, intrauterine growth retardation, if you are small for date, your mother has hyperglycemia. I'm immediate past present diabetes in pregnancy study India group, and we are advocating now primordial prevention to ICMR and to DCGI. We made a presentation on Ministry of Health also, that if mother has, even at 8 weeks, typical GDM happens at 12 weeks and 24 weeks. If mother has a sugar more than 110 milligram at 8 weeks of gestation, that does a priming to the beta cells of the fetus. So what I said about genotype and phenotype and thrifty gene hypothesis, our beta cells are programmed like that we cannot handle a greater load. It is something, हमने वो उतना prosperity देखी नहीं है ना, हमारे beta cells ने prosperity देखी नहीं है. So if we are programmed like that, we can handle only say 100 gram glucose in one meal. I am just making it very, very simple for everyone to understand. So once your beta cells are programmed in utero in such a way that you cannot handle an overload of glucose, you will weight gain. So there are two theories. You very rightly said early days we were saying what sir you want to consume, you consume by sunset, what typically Jain people follow. And now the concept of prolonged intermittent fasting. Prolonged intermittent fasting, so that cut downs on insulin resistance, which is a core defect in setting of obesity, type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. So if you have 16 hours fasting and you take meal next day around 1 o'clock with at least 16 hour fasting, there is an immediate reduction in insulin resistance, your pressure comes down, your counter regulatory hormones come down, and that is how your remaining beta cells, pancreas, are better programmed to still keep your sugars within the normal range. Although one theory is that you take lesser and multiple small meals, like in pregnancy we follow, instead of 3 we say 5 to 6 meals, so that there are smaller excursions. But if you have prolonged fasting, that intermittent fasting reduces insulin resistance, and that is how it helps in weight reduction, blood pressure reduction, obesity reduction, and lesser risk of getting converted to type 2 diabetes. But some senior dietitian can explain it better, the different diet fundas to cut down on weight.
I'm sure we can do a chai pe charcha after the session on this.
Surely.
Thanks.
Anirudh, can I? Hello.
I think glucagon, we recently published a journal Diabetology, edited by Dr. Mohan, and there I wrote glucagon in health and in diabetes. It is a friend also, it's a foe also. So glucagon is an expression of alpha cell. Typically, we tend to develop diabetes when our beta cells are at loss. But now it is understood it is not only beta cells which are to be blamed, it is an overexpression of alpha cell producing extra amount of glucagon, extra amount of hepatic glucose production coming overnight, which increases your fasting sugar. So now we have drugs, what I already said, GLP-1 receptor agonists or DPP-4 inhibitors. Sitagliptin you must have heard, a typically used drug. Zenobia you must have heard, which typically reduces overexpression of alpha cell, so bring down your extra excursion of glucose from the liver. But it has to be, believe me, it has to be a very fine balance of alpha and beta cells. If you totally suppress alpha cell, you are at a greater risk for going into hypoglycemia. You didn't eat dinner and you took your tablet. If your alpha cells are not surviving, in the night you will get admitted with a hypoglycemic coma, because glucagon physiologically helps to increase glucose secretion when you are trying to dip into hypoglycemia. So it's a very fine balance between alpha and beta cells. Glucagon are not to be blamed. These are still, I'll take it as friendly, because these are providing you defense mechanism against hypoglycemia. Very good question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Chawla, thank you very much for your presentation. In fact, I was just trying to come back because I know we had a bit of a medical science as you were talking about in terms of sugar, fasting sugar, etc. My question is with respect to the diet and lifestyle management, which is the title of the discussion, was that in addition to the concern that you mentioned with respect to Indian population, how much of a role of other factors that you see in terms of physical inactivity or stress related issues, so that also has a role, or it is just the genetic disposition which is a major player as far as the sweetness or the consumption of sugar, etc. is concerned?
I think it is lifestyle which has done the huge amount of damage. What I was, when I was talking to him, genes have not changed over 100 years. Last 35 years of my practice, I have seen the prevalence of diabetes 35 years ago from Delhi, MMS Ahuja study, 2%, it is already now 15%. So 20 years or 30 years, genes have not changed. It is our bad lifestyle, lack of exercise, overconsumption of calories, fast food culture, and stress and strain significantly contributing. What we typically say is McDonaldization and urbanization. So with economical growth, that recent urbanization which has happened over last 20 years has changed our lifestyle. We are now there is one very good quote, we are not walking, we are not running, we are running to be only on the escalator or to catch that lift. So that physical exercise has gone. We are eating extra amount of calories, that too coming from the fast food or from pastries or cakes or candies or something which is very refined sugar. And someone said, very rightly said, that a habit of spending when we were agriculturist and we were walking 5 kilometers even to get a bread or maybe something to earn, that has gone, which is predisposed. And stress and strain, huge amount of damage has happened. Stress and strain, lack of yoga, lack of meditation, and pollution. These are there is one concept, D. Fronzo said, he's a father of diabetology across the globe, last quote I am giving. There are 8 defects contributing, omnious octet towards pathophysiology of diabetes. 2015, I published in IGM, it is a dirty dozen, not 8 defects. And now, next 8 years, we have another 5 defects contributing towards pathophysiology of diabetes. So every day you listen, even this pollution increases prevalence of diabetes. So everything is bad. Not only we are eating bad, we are not exercising, we are inhaling bad air, and we are under huge amount of that stress which is there, which is contributing to higher prevalence of diabetes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We can take it on the team, please. Now we have with us Ms. Sweetie Behra. She is the Director Quality Assurance at FSSAI. May I request Ms. Sweetie to come on the stage, and we'll have to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Chawla, please. Ms. Sweetie Behra, she is the Director Quality Assurance at FSSAI. Please, a token of appreciation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Group picture लेनी है इनको. Sure. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Roxanne. So we'll break for the tea for 15 minutes and then we'll assemble again. Thank you so much. It has been a very interesting day, and now we have another very interesting panel discussion, which is the pragmatic policy setting on sweeteners for effective product reformulation strategy in India. Very meaningful discussion, and I invite Mr. Sunil Atsule, AVP Regulatory Affairs, Food and HPC, Reliance Consumer Product Limited. Please grace the dais, please, sir. Now, may I request Ms. Sweetie Bayeda? She is the Director Quality Assurance at FSSAI. She has around 20 years of experience, also working in the private sector. She has been with FSSAI for the last about 3 years or so. Thank you. Now, may I invite Dr. Iram Rao? She is the Professor and HOD Department of Food Technology, Bhaskaracharya College of Applied Sciences, University of Delhi. Dr. Iram, please request you to come on the stage, please. Now, may I request Dr. Ms. Manjari Chandra, Founder, Bonatra Nutritional Medicine, Senior Consultant, Max Healthcare, Delhi, please. Now, may I now invite Dr. Ashley Roberts, President, AR Toxicology Incorporation, on the stage, please. And may I invite Dr. Shaminder Singh, R&D Scientific Regulatory Director, R&D Scientific Regulatory Affairs, Southeast Asia, PepsiCo. Without taking much time, now I request Mr. Sunil to start the panel discussion. Thank you so much, sir.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. I hope all of you are with us. It's not just a test, but was just trying to ensure that you're all here, because we are all kind of discussing sweeteners. I think so was last almost a day and a half plus, and I'm sure by now you are all experts in the sweetener science and also on the reformulation, and also in terms of unlocking and in terms of reformulation, how to reformulate and give products which consumers are expecting with right sweeteners. So I have a task possibly which Dr. Aniruddha has given. Thank you very much. First of all, let me also thank the organizers to giving me this opportunity on behalf of this and to chair this panel. You would say that the panel is very illustrious. I don't need any introduction to any of the members here. You know their credentials. Some of them you know in person. We also have Dr. Sweetie Behera from FSSAI, Dr. Iram Rao, and other panelists, Dr. Manjari Chandra, and other panelists. I think you would have seen in the course of discussion that we had over last day and a half. To start with, in fact, the title of this panel, as you see, is Pragmatic Policy Setting for Sweeteners for the Effective Reformulation Strategy in India. I need to get it correct. And you will see that this is a very, I would say, very power-packed statement that we are talking about pragmatic policy setting. We are also looking at sweeteners in this process, and also what is the effective reformulation strategy is there for India in the Indian context. And as far as we are concerned, we Indians are concerned, I think every time you see that food, as far as we are concerned, is a very emotive topic, that it's connected to emotions. When we celebrate or we have festivities, we always celebrate with food, right? Kab party hone wala hai, when is the party, what party are throwing? And even during the festival time, we do offer sweets to people. That's the way bonding and connecting. So sweetness or sweeteners, I would say, and kind of expand the term a little bit, it is part of the culture. It is part of the culture not necessarily in India, but across all cultures. I haven't seen any culture, or possibly you won't know that cultures are not where when you are getting a guest at your place, you offer something which is not sweet, or something which is just spicy, or something which is maybe salty or bitter, right? You offer something always sweet, right, when you are getting the guest at your place. So sweetness has a role in our culture. It is in our food. And also I think going beyond, we'll see that it percolates almost entire part of the food systems that we have evolved with. So I think with that introduction, I would say that today we have a panel. We have a panelist here. We have, I could not have asked for a better panel, possibly a well-rounded panel. We have someone from the FSSAI, Food Safety and Standards Authority. We have Dr. Manjit Chandra representing the healthcare sector. We also have Dr. Iram Rao, who is from academia and a researcher. Dr. Ashley Roberts, you have heard him, I think, several times over this conference, who is an expert in toxicology. And my colleague and dear friend for many years, Mr. Shaminder Pal Singh, who is from the industry. So you can listen to all the perspective. And I think before I begin, let me tell you that this is more of a conversation. Rather than you hearing from the people, it's a conversation. So please feel free to ask questions. There will be some time depending on your interest levels. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you that the panel is so illustrious here that your interest level will definitely be high despite of you hearing it. And you might find some bit of a refreshers, sort of a refresher kind of a course over this next 55 minutes. So I think with that, I would take the first question, and Madam, if I can ask you about the policy setting. When we talk about pragmatic policy setting in the context specifically to India, what are the some of the options that, if you can tell us, are on table as far as policy setting is concerned for sweeteners in general, and maybe when we say sweeteners, we can take sugar also part of that policy.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Okay, thank you, Vicky, for giving this opportunity to become a panelist over here on such a sensitive topic, which is of more from a public health concern regarding the sugars and its impact on our, the body metabolism, which is a major concern towards diabetes, growing numbers on, the dental problems, and increasing obesity. So, starting with the policy, yes, the policy is very much needed. And if you see in this country, we do have the policies, as you all are aware in this room, that FSSAI has come out with the regulations on labeling and display, where we have set a proper norms and standards at what is to be displayed on the label, which is much necessary for the consumers, because at the end of the day it is the consumer of this country who is going to consume your product. So it is much necessary that the message should be very clear on the label, and it should be speaking terms that what exactly the product contains, and it should give an informed choices to a consumer that whether he or she has to consume the product or not. So labeling regulation is one of the regulation and policy that has been reframed in the past few years, just 1 to 2 years back, and it has been streamlined much to to answer the concern that is raised towards the usage of sweeteners, sugars, and other things. Apart from this, there are certainly the regulations and the guidelines which sets the limits on the usage of various types of sweeteners. Suppose any kind of sweetener, say aspartame, stevia. So what should be the limit that has been allowed in the product, which is based on the risk assessment. So these things has also been brought into the picture, so that any industry, any person or food business operator who actually does the formulation has to follow these set limits, and with should make sure that they are compliant and they are within these limits at itself. Apart from this, regulations and policies will always be there in this country. But what if we don't have any particular awareness program among the consumers of our country? So we find a lot of different types of consumers, different segments of consumers in this country, right from poor to rich, educated, uneducated consumers. So how beneficial these policies will be for them? So one way is that we have to create as much as public awareness program within these consumers, say it by going and have a talk with the consumers, say at a village level, or for example if you are in a city level, we can have a very well social media kind of campaign, where it states what are the benefits, disadvantages of having or consuming different kinds of sugars and its impact on the body. So these are the some kind of way where we can actually target on the the control on the sugar intake in among our consumers. Then other way is that we can also look forward to have certain level of collaborations among the government as well as the industrial bodies, where more type of research and development programs can be looked upon into, and we can come upon on what are the risk associated with the long term usage of any sweeteners or something. So that will be also beneficial in setting up of or to reframe or to relook into our policies. So certainly these are the important the points where the pragmatic way of reformulating the products will support.
Right. Thank you, madam. In fact, I think that's well said, that one is the compliance aspect which comes through the regulation, and also the communication that you mentioned. Importantly, also touched upon the social media campaign, maybe for the consumers to see. So I think with that, maybe it's a good time to turn to you, Dr. Manjari, about the consumer behavioral aspect, if I can ask you, and on that part of it. And the previous session we did hear about several things from Dr. Rajiv Chawla, also about the healthcare in terms of how the consumers are seeing possibly in the space for the sweeteners in the overall diet, I would say. So when it comes to the role of the non-caloric sweeteners or non-nutritive sweeteners, if I can say, in terms of balancing the sugar consumption versus the craving for the sweetness, at least by those section who are advised not to have sugar. So what is the typical role that you see for the sweeteners for such consumers?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Sunil. So I'll purely talk from the clinical perspective. I work in a space where we work with. Can you hear me? Okay. I'll purely talk from the clinical perspective. I work in a space where we work with chronic conditions, chronic diseases. And although we spoke a lot about obesity and diabetes today, because they, of course, the low-hanging fruit, there's much more that we see now in clinical practice than just obesity and diabetes. To give you an example, autoimmunity, things that we did not see for many years become the order of the day. Of course, PCOS, hormonal imbalances are there. And the neurological conditions, especially in smaller children, which was not so common, is becoming increasingly common in India. So one of the things that we know is the common denominator for any non-communicable chronic condition is excessive consumption of something called net carbohydrates, which is the amount of carbohydrate you consume and the amount of insulin the body makes. I mean, if I could show you the latest Lancet study shows you that how insulin resistance and hyperinsulinemia is at the denominator of every modern non-communicable disease. And that it also actually points out to the pathophysiology and the bioregulatory mechanism behind it. So with that in order, one of the things that we have to constantly advise our people who come to us is to constantly reduce net grams of carbohydrate intake, which is the amount of total carbs they eat in a day, and to mostly replace it with healthier fats, proteins, fiber, and things which don't add the carb load to it. And therefore, there is a lot of recommendation to reduce carbs. One of the, of course, simpler carbs that we eat is sugar. And one easy thing that can be done is to stop sugar and to give them some option for which they can use as a sugar substitute. That's where the non-nutritive sweeteners come in. There are a lot of do's and don'ts and pros and cons of using the non-nutritive sweeteners. But if I had to talk about the pros, I think one of the pros is that it gives an opportunity for people. For example, if I want somebody to keep their net carbs less than 50 grams because I do not want so much insulin in the body, then it gives me an opportunity to stick to that number. So that's where it can be useful. If you look at the other part of it, which is cancer, which is especially all forms of solid, even malignant cancers that we see today in oncology, we're also using a lot of fasting mimicking diet, also using carbohydrate reduction as one of the strategies, nutritional strategies to sort of not just manage but also treat cancer. So that's also another place where we can clinically use non-nutritive sweeteners. And with more and more research now saying, as Dr. Ashley has already explained, that the toxicology data shows that small consumption is fairly safe. Clinically, it definitely has a use, but I'm not really in that consumer front where people are. I'm mostly in the clinical space, less in the wellness space, but I think a lot of more people can add on, information about the wellness part of it.
And reduction of the carb load, that's the way forward, and also replacing that with other components is what you're saying. And so I think one question, if I can again ask you, is that a follow-up question, that is there any in your like your healthcare career, when you've seen these patients coming in, was there any incident, any time where actually you were an opportunity to recommend a non-caloric sweeteners to them, and was there any kind of a question or a concern that comes? Because we heard about social media, and we heard about Dr. Josh talking about TikTok this morning. We were in a conversation, but he mentioned about this, that a lot of people get this feed, and that is unverified. And possibly, I think the medical practitioner is one authority which people expect to have the information about. So was there any such occasion that you have, maybe more than one?
Yes, so definitely. This is almost a daily thing. Yes, we have to ask people to reduce carbohydrates and sugar consumption. So they always ask for alternatives to it. So you have to suggest alternatives, but you have to always put a disclaimer saying that the alternative has to be still consumed in very moderate amounts. The other question that regularly comes is, as you correctly said, because there's a lot of headline about carcinogenicity, also neurotoxicity. So there is a fear in people's mind about the usage of these non-caloric sweeteners. So yeah, we do give them this sort of uptake or information that there is a safe amount that they can use. There's no blanket statement that you can go ahead and eat as much as you want, but yes, there is a sort of a trying to sort of give them some sort of assurance that minimal usage of these is okay, as long as they're balancing it out with other nutrients in the diet.
So I think another aspect, like if we can just switch maybe here a little bit, and then come to the area of when we talk about product reformulation. When the session in the morning we were discussing about reformulation part, we also look at the role of sugar, because sugar, in addition to sweetness, doesn't just impart sweetness but also has a functionality aspect to that. So given that in terms of its technological benefit, all the sweeteners are unique, whether we call it aspartame, maxalfame, or sucralose, any of the thing. But when it comes to the role of these sweeteners in the diet, and this question is to Dr. To you, that what their place and what opportunities that we see in terms of the research aspect for sugar as well as NNS, because talking about, we heard from the audience also that it is not possible to replace sugar completely, or possibly sugar is very close to, I think, as much to tongue, to people's heart also. So that's not something which is happening. So when it talks about the research on the sugar and the NNS, what opportunities that you see coming up for the sweetness?
Right, thank you so much. So yes, we've understood this fact that sweetness is something which all of us relish, and the functional role of sugar cannot be substituted by the use of a single NNS. So people are concerned about that, what is the kind of food which you're consuming if it is artificially sweetened. So when we talk about research, what we're looking at is, of course, we keep in mind the latest research. So when you talk about the non-nutritive sweeteners, we understand the physiochemical properties and their chemistry behind it. So if you are developing a product which has to be like heat processed, or a pH change has to take place, then you cannot just pick up any sweetener. So for that matter, if you look at sucralose, that becomes as one particular sweetener which can be used for heat stability. But at the same time, when you're looking at these particular researches which are coming in, our job as researchers is also investigate and look for alternative sweeteners. So a lot of people have spoken about the non-nutritive sweeteners which can be taken from the natural sources. So yes, we know stevia is one of the most popular ones, But besides that, also we have some rare sugars. And yes, the regulatory body in our country per se so far has not given a green signal to that. But we do have, let's say, allulose, tagatose. We have these other organic origin like thaumatin, monilin, etc. So we are working in that space, and again, you can't have a gram to gram basis replacement for a natural sugar with a artificial sweetener or an NNS. So probably, accordingly, some kind of fillers, etc., are also used. So we know that, soluble fibers are there. There are a lot of polyphenolic substances which are being used. And we also know that a lot of research today is being happening in the space of biotechnological interventions. So here we can use, let's say, a sweetener when it is used in higher percentage. It has a lingering sweetness, it doesn't give you a clean aftertaste, and most often it gives you an aftertaste which is metallic or alkaline. So to mask that, then you can have these masking agents or taste modulators which can be used. Similarly, we have also spoken about that how we can actually fine-tune the products by controlling the quantity of sugar which was added. So to increase the perception of the sugar, we can also use what are called as potentiators. So these potentiators would actually allow you to cut down, let's say, the use of high fructose corn syrup, which would be used maybe at 4% or 5%, can be brought down to 2%. So this is happening at the biotechnological level, where there's a lot of interesting research. Similarly, with KCl, which is used as an alternative to salt, you can block the bitterness of the potassium, and that's how the perception to the consumer is equated to what he's used to, but he gets less calories, and that's how we can probably go forward with that.
So I think this morning, since I think we've been hearing from Dr. Ashley, and I think we'll again have opportunity to hear from you. I don't want to bore with a question again about the toxicity of the sweeteners, because we heard that several times, but unusually, right, as far as the sweeteners are concerned, that right from I think the WHO NUGAG and then IR aspartame review and then the JECFA review, we haven't seen so much of an action as far as sweetness is concerned in any year. Possibly, I'm not sure, because you have a long career as far as sweetness is concerned, so you might have seen that. But I think, and you almost clarified almost all the points, but again, I'm going and trying to reassure the audience or those who have not heard you before, that is there a new finding in this at all, or it is just a kind of a restating the old science or the old safety of these sweeteners? And that's one. And then the second follow-up question also to that, I wanted to understand from you, that do you see these finding, whatever, whether it is to assure you in terms of saying that nothing has changed, or is it impacting the usage of the sweeteners by the industry? Because there are certain pointers also in the product reformulation about shifting to other forms of sweeteners. So your point of view on that.
Okay, so the first point regarding the safety, I think as Dr. Pugh outlined in his talk, it's always good to have re-evaluations. So over the years, there's been a lot of publications and a lot of myths and controversies, as I outlined in my talk today, regarding the safety of individual sweeteners, whether that be aspartame, sucralose, acesulfame-K. There doesn't seem to be a month goes by where there isn't another publication which either calls into question the safety or supports the safety from the perspective of reducing calories and having a beneficial effect on diabetes. So from that perspective, it's always good for regulatory authorities to look at the latest information to see whether that has any impact on the overall general viewpoint of safety and whether it could impact legislation. In general, I think, most of the low-calorie sweeteners have been approved and in circulation now for 20 plus years. The most recent approvals by JECFA was for Advantame, which was back in 2013. So these products have been in the marketplace and have been used for many, many years very, very safely. but there has been a considerable amount of data that's been generated in that time. So we know that the European Food Safety Authority is currently re-evaluating sweeteners, and as part of that process, the IARC and the JECFA evaluated the safety of aspartame. And that came about, as I indicated, because of some studies that were published by the Ramazzini Institute. And this obviously caused a great deal of concern at the time, and various regulatory authorities like the FDA looked at all of that data, and they dismissed any concerns regarding those studies. So it's good to have re-evaluations, and I don't think in reality any of the research that's been conducted over the last 20 years has changed the opinion of all the major regulatory authorities regarding the safety of these compounds. So overall, has it changed the policy regarding the safety? I don't believe so. In a lot of countries, the acceptance, the approvals permits the use of the various sweeteners in various food categories at various levels. So those approvals have not changed. In the United States, a lot of the sweeteners are approved as general purpose sweeteners. So there is no limits that can be set for introduction into foods. And the reason for that being that in reality, the safety margins between exposure and the ADIs are so great that it doesn't cause any concerns regarding safety. So it's good to have re-evaluation, to have continual evaluation, but there must come a time when research gets to a stage where there can't be much more that needs to be done to support the safety of these ingredients.
I think that's good to hear from you that there is a reassurance on the safety part of it, and it's good to have those evaluations to reaffirm. But I think there has to be an end point. I'm sure people outside this room are listening about the research part of it, whether there can be additional research in time to come. But thank you for that answer. So turning to the lone industry member on the panel, I think Shaminder, if you can enlighten in terms of in the midst of all the changes that we are seeing, a little bit of a turbulence that you see with respect to WHO, NOGAG, and then IARC, and then JECFA. How is industry addressing the reformulation using the sweetness? Is there any concern that industry see that consumers will either be kind of concerned about it, and then the whole reformulation, which possibly, because we definitely the industry responding to the challenges that has been put forth about reduction of sugar. So how that process is happening?
And I have time. So Neela, I have time? Okay, good. Thank you. No, I think first of all, thank you for this question. I personally feel, not today as a regulatory person, but I'm talking like a food business operator. So for me, anything which has been approved by the authorities, I will treat that as a safe ingredient. So I think safety we have discussed over last 2 days, and thank you for all of your contribution to reassure that safety is not a concern in case of sweeteners. What I like to bring to the table is that first of all, reformulation is not a quick fix. Okay, so reformulation is just equal to reform, like you are just doing a massive change to the product. The definition of reformulation means that you are changing the nutritional quality of the product. So what we have actually, when we have done this reformulation workshop with FSSA earlier, so the main topic which where I have spent about 10% of my time was that reformulation is a strategic initiative for every product by the industry. From the industry perspective, no industry would like to create a product which has a brand reputation risk. So why would anyone use something which is not good?
and that is where the regulators are playing a key role in terms of ensuring that the ingredients which are being made available are available to us in the industry to start reformulation. In case of reformulation context of the sugars, recently in the recent past only the modification to the regulations have happened on the sweeteners labeling. One of the concerns which I see from the industry is that when we are doing the reformulation, so reformulation is a very detailed activity for every single product. It starts with what is required by the consumer, what is available as an ingredient, how do I manufacture the product if new ingredient is included, what is my investment in terms of the facility, and then after creating the pilot, I need to go back to the queens and the kings like consumers. They will tell me whether we can progress, because essentially we may be making a product, but most of the products the consumers are the owners now, so they definitely need to have their voice in terms of acceptability, and that is the most important challenge which we are facing from the industry. Now, from just checking the concept, acceptability to the consumers, then there is an investment in the facility, the product is created, made, and then there are plethora of activities including stability study, transportation study, etc., packaging to product interactions, and then making sure the product is actually sold in the market, meeting all the requirements of consumers plus regulations. So it is a very involved activity. What I think in case of sweetener, one of the probably the most important barrier for Indian food industry is when you see the label, you see the specific labeling which is precautionary labeling. Although since yesterday I have heard that there is no specific science involved in terms of defining that label, but in India we have taken a policy decision to create a precautionary labeling, which is in my opinion the largest impediment, because if I go and buy any product and I see the warning on the label, then I will have hesitation to buy that product even if the product is safe. So my kind request is, if we can look at harmonizing the labeling part, then maybe the innovation will be exploding in a country. I have another third point to make, if it is okay.
Please go ahead.
So I think sweetener is also a sweet tool, but for every single product the same solution will not apply, and that is a learning which we have as industry over the last couple of years. In fact, when the Eat Right discussion was happening, one of the proposals from FICCI, CI, AFP, etc. was that we should create a consortium, because reformulation is a completely new space. We are learning as we are developing the products. Quick learnings were also shared with the authority that, for example, the work which was done in UK, rather than doing a drastic reduction, the learning which came with the cost was that you should look at a stepwise gradual reduction, because consumer adaptability is quite high when you do small changes. Now, small changes done by many people is equal to a big change at the national level, and that is where we need to involve all people, or many of the people who could formulate the product or reformulate the products. Some products can't be reformulated. For example, if I am selling a fruit juice, I can't change the standard of identity of fruit juice to modify the formulation, but then there are some opportunities available where we need to work together. So when we were discussing the Eat Right part from industry, so our proposal was that we should create a consortium where we learn and gain from each other, and also this is then a mechanism for particularly the MSME sector to learn and gain from the developments in the industry, to start working, all of us working together to reduce the content of sugar, salt, fat in a stepwise manner, because that makes a highest impact in terms of the reduction at the national level versus only few doing a larger change. So so this is my view.
No, I think thanks for that, and Shamindar again highlighting the Eat Right campaign and also the suggestion on the consortium. So I think that, as you mentioned, because the reduction is always stepwise, and we did hear, I think, from some of the experts earlier that sweetness or the reduction is generational issues. It's not just can be solved in few years. So I understand, I think, your point that reformulation and reform. So you have given some, I think, quite impactful words there. Reformulation versus reforms. And I think the point that you mentioned, I would like to bring in Dr. Ashley on that part of it about the precautionary labeling, which Shaminder mentioned is also that is something which is possibly because someone who says that, well, I want to formulate a product, but I don't want a cautionary labeling because it is going to drive my consumers away. So the first step in terms of some of this labeling which is associated with the sweeteners, that may form a sort of a barrier. So from your experience, sir, that you've seen across engaging with regulators or countries, what sort of some of these, if I can ask you, best practices on the labeling that you see for sweeteners are concerned, if I can. I know that's a different kind of a paradigm altogether from a toxicologist to a labeling, but if I can ask you that question. Thank you.
Yeah, from my experience, precautionary labeling regarding low and no calorie sweeteners doesn't really occur anywhere else in the world. I think precautionary principles about not being advisable for children or pregnant or lactating mothers is probably unique to this part of the world. And I'm not sure of the reasons behind that. It could be historical. But as I mentioned in my talk specifically, toxicology studies are done specifically to address specific concerns regarding reproduction, birth defects, and whether there would be any impacts on growth of children. So specific toxicology studies are done to address those points, and the regulators review all that information and come to a decision and assign an ADI. They wouldn't assign an ADI if they felt that there was any adverse effects on any of those populations. So from my perspective, there's no concerns regarding the safety of any of the low and no calorie sweeteners. There are some moves afoot nowadays to have front of pack labeling regarding the nutritional elements of the food, which seems to make a lot of sense to me in terms of, is it good from a nutritional standpoint? Does it contain all the correct vitamins and minerals? So there is a move to that in that direction from a labeling perspective. But there's really nothing that I can add here regarding precautionary labels that occur regarding low and no calorie sweeteners.
Thank you.
So if I may add one point,
yeah, please.
I think, sir, what happened going back before 2000 when the sweetener was approved, we had protein energy malnourishment as one of the key areas. And when the sweetener was approved, the reason considered at the time was that already the energy intake is less. Now, if sugar is being replaced with sweeteners, the calorie intake could further go down. So that was, I think, in 1998 type when the sweetener was approved. So now we are in a completely different world. So maybe the situation has changed. So my understanding was the labeling on not recommended for children actually came from that consideration. Okay. Sorry to interrupt, but no, this is the point.
Thanks. Thank you, Shamindar. Thanks. I appreciate that point. So I think, but you also mentioned about the Eat Right campaign, and I think FSSAI's Eat Right campaign was appreciated by one and all. It is something which I seen as sort of the FSSAI's logo was shared responsibility. Food safety is a shared responsibility. Food and also nutrition is also shared responsibility. So, ma'am, coming to you on that what role that you see FSSAI is envisaging for various stakeholders, including industry and consumers, to provide or encourage healthy dietary choices. And if in fact I know we discussed also previously earlier in this, I think yesterday and I think today Dr. Ganguly was also mentioning, and this morning also some discussion was there about the traditional nutritional wisdom that you see in India. So do you think that there is a scope for aligning the whole reformulation effort to that? There are quite a few questions, but please feel free to answer wherever you want to start from.
See, coming to the Eat Right campaigns that the regulatory body has taken up, you can count upon the, Aaj se thoda kam. So the advertisement that you must have seen across in the media, where the, famous face Dr. Mr. Rajkumar Rao, he talks about that how you have to cut short your intake of salt, sugar and fat slowly, that's gradually, and it's not said that immediately do it at one day or one night. So that's the way. It's a very remarkable advertisement, has made an extensive impact on our consumers as well, on their choices and on their lifestyle to reduce gradually the intake of salt, sugar and the fat content. Similarly, if you remember, as our industry colleagues are over here, so there are like a few years back, not that back, maybe like 3 to 4 years back, where a few big FMCGs, FBOs who had come across forward to have a voluntary commitment to reduce the content of sugar, fat and salt in their reformulation gradually. So that has been a wonderful the path where we could see that our all reformulations have taken a wonderful revamp in their product portfolio, and this also has helped to many establishments as well. So there may be some food establishments also who have also come across ahead to cut across this gradually the content of sugar, salt and again the fat part. And again, it's a good approach that now if you go back to any of your supermarkets and where you go and venture out and have in good food outlets, you see that the menu labeling has also been started implemented. So it also informs the customer, the consumer who is going to have the the platter and enjoy. They also been given awareness that how much this platter, this particular bowl of kheer has the content of calorie, the content of sugar, fat and oil. So this is just an informed choices we are trying to bring in, inculcate in their regular daily life. Apart from that, I would also there has been a recent development that has also happened on the e-commerce site as well, where the big players in the e-commerce are also have also started campaigning about the the gradual reduction and the importance of having less to cut short the sugar content and reduction in fat and salt as well. So these are one of the very important steps that FSSAI has taken forward to inculcate such behavioral changes among the consumers. Apart from that, last year we also had introduced certain kind of grants to many organizations and institutions as well, to work towards that, to find some innovative way that how can you bring down cut short your salt, sugar and fat in your products, and what are the alternative ways that can be worked better way to reformulate the products. So these are certain steps the regulatory body has taken forward, and to have hand in hand collaboration work with organizations, industries and academicians over there together with the government body. So that's how we are working.
Thank you. On the Eat Right campaign, ma'am, you mentioned about this. I think it was I think also seen, and we do remember the brand ambassador talking about it. Aaj se thoda kam. I'm sure I think people are factoring his advice on that. And I think we all know, like when we talk about currently, in fact, look at the brief of also the symposium, we look at various strategies, multi-sectoral, multi-dimensional strategies that should be considered in India. So my question to you, Dr. Manjari, is about that we know that NCD is a complex issue. And when we talk about diet-related NCDs or tobacco-related NCDs, and that's just one part of the story. In fact, we also heard from Mr. Dr. Ajit Chawla earlier about the roles of various factors into this. So I think when we see this whole thing kind of playing out externally, and consumers typically rely on what is happening in the media, and they rely heavily on the media. So I think given your experience with interacting with some of these media persons, I would like to understand from you that how this communication, you think, maybe as a group or a group of possibly concerned stakeholders, including regulators, medical professionals, academia, research, we should address. Is there any way in which this can be dealt with? Because a lot of influences that go, we've seen that when an additive gets approved, it goes through layers of series of, I think, evaluations, and then it is finally approved. But the communication in media just flies off the cuff. There is no validation of that before it goes. Is there any way in which this can be addressed?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct, Mr. Sunil. What happens is that mostly stories that come out in media, whether it is electronic, print, digital, social media, it's things that are eye-popping, things that make noise. So mostly, people pick up things that may not be clinically completely correct, or even research may not have proven, but something that has occurred somewhere, it's sometimes blown out of proportion. And that is, I think, slightly sad, because I think that reporting should be much more responsible. In fact, I think there's been this constant effort that people who are health influencers on social media also have to have some sort of a regulatory, some regulatory thing that they have to adhere to, because there's a lot of noise and advice coming from social media which may not be, I might go and also say that some of them are probably not even qualified enough to give that advice, and many of the times it's just their perception or whatever they've been through, that they are their personal journeys that they want to generalize as advice or research. So it's the problem is that the communication that a normal person gets is either through the internet or through the media. He does not have access to research or to the work that is actually happening in the scientific space. And that is why there is so much of, misinformation or incorrect information, not just about, sweeteners is just one of the things. On a daily basis, we go through this and try to explain and break down a lot of myths that people come to us with. But I think the only thing is that not just for government, but also for everybody, I think it's very important that when you're facing a person and you have the power to influence people, then you should have some sense of responsibility and do it with enough knowledge about that particular topic.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, we are recently going to launch some sort of web cast with eminent faces like sports persons or somebody who talks, and people get they get influenced, and the talk they would be delivering will certainly be checked through the facts and contents they are going to speak over on the to addressing to the mass. So very soon we are coming up with this kind of webcast with all our eminent scientists also coming from different aspects of the academics, and the consumers will also be there. It will be a live telecast also. So I believe that this will also be like one of the step ahead, where you have raised a concern on the content and other facts that an influencer is using.
No, I think that's a very
Yeah,
good step,
yeah.
and I'm sure.
And
it will bring
apart from
the
that,
right change.
we already have a claim and advertisement regulations, certainly. So if there is any kind of complaints being raised, obviously the authority is always there to look into the content that the advertiser is putting up across. And I'm sure in coming years, this media part will be taken care very, very stringently.
Yeah. That's very reassuring to know.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I was about to say that. That's very reassuring, and to know that this is something like this is what is FSS planning. That's great. And in fact, maybe I think we can just continue the thread what we just discussed about the public opinion. So, Dr. Idam, as an academician, and you have a diverse experience, I think, engaging with the students, industry, research, FSSAI, in your capacity also in terms of the training that your modules that you created for the FSSAI enforcement. So, I think coming back to the topic that in the space of sweeteners, how do you see the public opinion evolving, like from your experience of engaging with the stakeholders?
Right. So, as correctly said, that we need an integrated approach. All stakeholders will have to come on the same platform. Perhaps as a teacher, the first thing is scientifically it has to be sound. So, whatever teaching we are doing, it has to be backed with the latest information. Syllabuses have to be upgraded timely, and we have to be in sync with the changing times. So that dynamism which comes with science, evolution. And as Dr. Ashley pointed out, that we have to give the correct perspective. So that's where probably science, scientists, educationalists, researchers have a very, very big role to play. The second thing which I always find is that the industry and the academia, pardon me for saying that, I'm also one of them, we run on parallel tracks. So we need to engage more, we need to actually leverage our potentials and explore them. So for instance, small bits of researches can be very easily conducted in the colleges and universities and departments, and this can be shared. Now everybody is sharing all the information. Like if we can have the social media sharing views and advices, why can't we come up together and consult each other? And also there's a strong role of educating, so which ma'am has already pointed out that yes, FSSAI has been doing their bit in terms of writing materials, in terms of bringing people of eminence talking to the public. But at the same time, we have to continuously do this engagement, talk a language which they follow. And what really is the need of the hour is actually social behavioral change, And as somebody pointed out from the audience, that it has to begin very early in life, So what's happening is, as adults, we already have a mindset. When we kind of begin early teaching both in schools and colleges and giving a science or a logic behind it, then only it can be ingrained. And that is why what Dr. Chawla was also mentioning, that we have a whole lot of pre-diabetics which have to be somehow arrested. Metabolic syndrome, yes, we are sitting on a time bomb of obesity and overweight, then only these changes will be brought in. So industry squarely cannot be blamed, because as I always teach, that those are your pleasure giving foods, once in a way foods. You do not go every morning to grab a bottle of fruit juice or whatever. It is, we have to begin at home. How will it begin at home? When we have this correct background of education, and that's where we are working in the space of nutrition literacy also. It has to begin very early. It has to be integrated with the curriculum, because the mindset of the parents is also what is in the book has to be mugged left, right, center, just take it in. So if we make our education also more pragmatic, when you talk about financial literacy, we start to think when you start getting your first wage. Similarly, nutrition, it's only when we are going to, in the sense when you run to a doctor and the clinical picture says that here you've gone for a swing, then you start consulting a nutritionist or start reading out there. So I think the big problem which I see is that all of this should start very early in life. Advocacy also has a very important role to play, because policies have to be in place. And I think enforcement, ma'am, very humbly, that has to be enforced to the T. And that has to begin, like all of us have to become guardians. And we have to make this network of like-minded humans, where we share this information with each other. So I think then only, whether it's sweeteners, whether it is class 1 preservatives, whether it's any other additive, then only I think we will see some kind of a transformation happen. Thank you.
That's a good message to the industry. That
I just want to add, sorry for interruption. So as madam has already pointed out, that this also has to be inculcated from our the new generation as well. So we also have worked with our CBSE partner, Ministry of Education as well, where we have brought into the picture the requirement. I can quote you by an example, that my daughter, who is just in a very primary school itself, I was quite quite amazed to see that they have started introducing the FSSAI logo, the requirement of license, so the shelf life, what is the use by date. So it's very, very amazing to see all these parts that they have started inculcating at the very, very younger age. And these population, the young age population, are also grasping these things very sharply, and
Yes.
they are understanding these facts on their labels. And I can see them on my own children as well, where they have started reading the labels also. This is the behavioral change that has
Yes.
started coming in the picture.
So very heartening to hear that.
Right. Thank you. And I was just talking about your message to the industry that we should collaborate more. I think industry is collaborating, which possibly there is an opportunity to collaborate more in the process, and what role academia is playing in terms of bringing all the consumers and the stakeholders on the journey. So my next question to you is to Shaminder about what role does you see industry playing, because industry is actively working, as you said, about reformulation. But in terms of like when the policy measures are being set, what role did it envisage for the industry in the process? Because being the implementer of some of these provisions, industry is also a primary stakeholder in the process.
Okay, so thank you. So I'd like to answer this question in two parts. And hearing the conversation since yesterday, I'd like to make one point, and also this is a request. While I don't think industry is going to do that, reformulation is a very responsible approach. Okay, so when someone is removing or reducing sugar, it is, I don't think we can assume that the fat and the other constituents will go up. So now if that is happening because of the ignorance, then that is where I think both the MABs have actually given a good suggestion, and this is in line with our proposal earlier, that we should have a kind of a consortium or a group, whatever you call, where people can seek the advice. That this is where I would like to do, and academia has a lot of strength. Unfortunately, we are, I think Dr. Iramra is absolutely correct. There's a lot of work which is happening in the institutes, but somehow we are not able to make the best use of the work which is happening in the academia, and there is an opportunity for us to make a nice network between the industry and the academic institutes, because some of the work can be done, and that work which the industry would be requesting the academia would be actually the application oriented research work rather than the theoretical work in some cases. So it is a win-win for both industry as well as academia, and regulator can actually play a key role in terms of, as ma'am was saying, that so if there are new opportunities available, how can we make those legal and regulatory wise available to the stakeholders. So this is the first part, Sunil. Secondly, I think from the reformulation angle, I don't see it is a quick activity. As I mentioned before, it is going to take time. First of all, we don't unlike the, say, US, where we know the total diet, in terms of the consumption, and we've been discussing that point since yesterday also as a group, like all of us together, where industry is about 10, 12, 15% of the total dietary consumption. Now, if you create a challenge for the industry, consumers may shift to the sector where they don't even come to know what ingredients have been used, what is the nutritional quality of the food, when the food which is consumed out of the home. By the way, the kitchen, which is the largest industry, not getting the industry certificates though, is the place where we need to start working and educating the mother, because mother or the family, because educating mother, we are educating 5 people. So I think we need to work on all the stages. One, informing consumers, making them more aware about the nutritional landscape, including nutritional literacy, like how to read the label, how to interpret the label, how to make the best use of the label, and go beyond MRP to weight to the nutrition. Secondly, as a voluntary initiative, like so globally, when this exercise was done to reformulate, the governments have decided to leave it to the industry to do it, because the self-regulatory approach and the competition between the industry is good enough for everyone to keep working together rather than someone really having a approach to get the approvals and then engage with every partner in the industry for every single project, which is again a huge work, not giving any beneficial outcome. So from UK we have seen that study earlier that or US, Ireland, some other countries have also attempted to support the reformulation. So the one of the learning as industry we have is that we should do it voluntarily and we should try to reformulate the product by not just cutting down but also adding good components, whether it's a nutrient or for products like biscuits. I know it is a long shot, but moving away from refined grain to whole grain, adding food group components like fruits, vegetables. Now we have millets being driven very well in India in terms of the education campaigns, etc. Now is the time for implementation for the industry and give the benefits to the consumers. So I think we need to look at the whole piece in totality as a holistic approach rather than looking at a very small pockets of few successful stories, because every single success on the innovation has a lot of failures also. So it is already having seen its time. It's available for others to learn from rather than recreate that knowledge. So we can, I think from industry we can probably share the information in a more horizontal way with the stakeholders. Particularly I would like to go back to again MSME sector, because they don't have the R&D, so they can depend on the academic institutes and also the industry associations like FICCI. So how can we provide the information as a source of tool for them to reformulate their products?
Right. Thank you, Shamidar. On that note, in fact, as to what all we can do maybe from the industry to make best use of the resources which is available. And then one thing possibly I think if at least as far as the audience is concerned, I'm sure this I want to hear from I think maybe some of you, what is your take on overall things we discussed, but also at least my spirits are elevated that there is a continued dialogue that we see across all the segments, and the challenges possibly as far as reformulation is concerned are there. But simultaneously, I think we have resources at our end, our disposal, right from addressing the media or the consumer behaviors or kind of how to educate masses, and also take along with the industry, take rest of the food chain possibly together, though maybe we are one component of that. So I think that's possibly my kind of summation of the panel discussion. And any of the members would like to add anything, or if any questions that we may have, depending on how much time we have, Dr. Nirud, maybe we can take a couple of questions. I'm not sure, we are already overshot the time, but we have kept as far as our time is concerned for this panel was concerned. Okay, sorry, you want to? Okay, yes sir, please introduce yourself and then ask your questions, and in the member panel you want to address.
This is Bharat Bhushan. The points that I raised are very enlightening and definitely should be addressed. Reformulation is also one aspect that I have, then education at the kids level and the mothers, fantastic. But I suggest a very innovative idea. That's a very long drawn out process where you'll reach up and educate and people implement and then get some results. Point of contact. This is where you see a product, that's where you educate them. I mean, the consumer picks up a product, right now what we see is, suppose let's leave aside the sugar sweetener part and all that. If you pick up a product, what's the labeling that you see? A large product, you have a space labeling. Now the smaller product, or even small product, you have no space to identify. And how many people do those numerical ENI numbers so much? It's very difficult. I mean, how normally as a consumer, as a layman, you normally would see FSI, theek hai. Green stamp is the MRP, date of production. Beyond that, how do you see? You don't go beyond that.
Sir, can you summarize your question, because we're running short of time. So what's your question exactly?
Go on. I have a lengthy things to do, but since paucity of time, I think I need to draw a conclusion that yes, there is a possibility, but when you say no sugar, when somebody says go into aspartame or something, sweeteners, cut down on salts, cut down on oils, cut down saturated. Khudkashi kar lo. There has to be something.
You would like to
on every aspect there is.
I think, sir. So from the label part, I can talk about that label, and this discussion came in the previous session also. First of all, label has a purpose, and I think there was a presentation you shared. So over the years, the label has become a little bit more complicated for people, because we believe that every person who is reading the label is also a scientist and probably a regulatory scientist. That is not true. So label has a very small place, and the information which is going on the label has to be meaningfully captured to make the essence for the final consumer. So that's a good point, and we have probably what we can do is, it is a paradox. You go to consumers, they will say we need more information. Regulator is working on bringing the best practices. Industry is providing the information. Still, no one is happy. So too much of information is not useful, is my opinion. We should try to simplify the language, and also the information on the label is the area which we can think over when we are representing next.
True. I think, yeah. Thank you, Samadar. Any other question? Yes, please. Can you introduce yourself and also?
Hi, I'm Naushil from I Work for Coca-Cola, and thanks for the amazing insights that were brought up during the discussion. I was just inspired by what Ms. Behra and Ms. Rao were mentioning, and I have a suggestion to make, that the main issue right now is we are reassuring the safety of these sweeteners. Why don't we come up with the information and this toxicological data and variety of safety data available to consumers on a common forum or a website, where they can access it and read it for themselves, that these studies are not worth looking at, these studies are very good to look at, and this is what really establishes something, the confidence of the consumers. This is one additional thing which I wanted to bring up that would help in the campaign, yeah. So any comment on that, would be happy to listen, yeah.
Yes, that's a great suggestion, and we have a dedicated panel, scientific panel on sweeteners, which is working on that. And yes, all that official communication is there on the website. The concern here is that how many people go and visit the right website to read, even if we put that data on, right? So like educated people would definitely go and read. So that access of information right now is also available. I think Ms. Behra would want to add some more.
Yeah, I will just say that what Madam Miriam has already said. We have the the communication is transparent on our website, but it's very this percentage of customer will be consumers will be very less who will be actually venturing into the FSSAI domain and then checking into that what is there. But certainly I have taken your point into my consideration, and we'll look forward to it, and I'm certainly sure that if this is not workable but other way around workable things can be brought to the table for you.
Right. Yes, so maybe the last question, absolutely last question, then we have to have a...
I take the last chance maybe to take that on the thing. Fantastic. Really fantastic discussion. This panel really brought out the dynamics, and I think these are dynamics of the kitchen which was discussed, and this segment really attracted my every sense which I can think. Question here is that we are all collectively coming to the logical discussions and coming to the level saying that education is the key, consumer education is the key now. Whereas if you see the perspective, the consumer is saying, I want to learn, I want to experiment, I want to be creative in my kitchen. And the tools are, this is the first tool, look at the recipe, create your own recipe, order of food online, food is delivered, where is the time to read the label, food is there, hot food is there, I want to consume the food, there is no time for the label. So question for the regulation, are we going to restrict the discussion to the labels, or are we going to extend to the control on the self-advocacy through the YouTube channels where all the tasty food recipes are coming, everyone is opening up a channel and saying this is the best recipe. My question is, the strength of the chain is the weakest link. So is it the chain going to be broken again, or are we really safe enough when the self advocacy is really coming through this social media that this is the recipe you try? So dynamics of the kitchen is where the focus is, and my question is related: how are we going to regulate that?
Sir, I think that's a really a great question. But yeah, I think you heard ma'am also talking about the webcast which FSSI is planning and the curriculum also which ma'am said, and
See,
also
we will.
about
I will just add
yeah.
on. We will bring up this webcast in a very short, in I think by next 1 to 2 months, where we will be, speaking about the smallest to the biggest, the hurdles that our FBOs or say our consumers, we will be touch basing all aspects of our stakeholders, and it will be in only in a simplified way, a very very simplified language. It will not be in a scientific terminologies exactly, because we understand that our majority of the consumers will not understand that what is ADI, what is NOEL. So these terminologies will certainly be not be talked about. It will be always made more interesting, interactive, and it will be a live session, and I'm very very sure that your queries will get sorted once you be part of that webcast when we start with. And we are planning to have some 100 webcasts touching base to different aspect of the food, right from the formulations to the regulations, to testing. Lot of things are there, and in fact one of them is also like the kitchen things like different recipes and other things. I'm sure this will be certainly taken care with that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, really.
Thank you. I really appreciate the questions coming from the floor. So I take this opportunity to thank all my panelists for wonderful task and the insights that you shared. And I think still we haven't lost most of you. So I think I would like to thank all the audience also to persevering with us and being part of this session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator and all the panel members. It was really engrossing at this late hour, in fact, after almost 1.25 days of discussion, but it was very, very interesting and very informative. And I think the podcast, what you were mentioning, would be very interesting to watch out. We will definitely spread out that message as and when that happens, so that more and more people can take advantage of that. Just a token of appreciation, may I request FICCI Codex Cell Chair Dr. Jasbir Singh to give a token of appreciation to our panelists. Please, sir. We can start, yes, in that order. Yes, Manjari, a round of applause. Dr. Ashley, thank you. Dr. Aram Rao, please. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you, ma'am. Such a pleasure. Ma'am. So, ma'am, the moderator is the last. He is the host. And Shaminder ji. Acha. Okay, so nice. Thank you, sir. And Dr. Shaminder, please. Thank you so much. We'll take a group picture. Yeah, please. Chair के आगे. Thank you very much, all the panelists and the moderator. We just have a last formality for the vote of thanks. So we can have a discussion. On this. Yes. So I'll just have the last formality for the vote of thanks. So thank you all the speakers since yesterday, and really appreciate all our international speakers who took time out to fly down and share their thoughts. In fact, we also appreciate Dr. Shruti, who couldn't join us, but she was online yesterday. I would also like to thank our industry colleagues in putting the symposium together, Mr. Rajendra, Sohan Singh, Shadab, Dr. Shaminder, Mili, Fani, Mamta, and Priyanka. So mainly all of them in the background have actually worked tirelessly for quite some time to put the entire program together and the minute details. I would also like to thank the FICCI team, my colleagues Varsha, Priya, and Sakshi for their tireless work in making the symposium successful. So thank you all once again, and we look forward to more such programs in future, constructive programs. Thank you so much. Oh, you are welcome. My pleasure. my it's my team, it's not me. Thank you so much.